Hey, what's going on, everyone? We are back live again. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, and we are tracking another round of severe weather. We've had a few warnings throughout the course of the morning and early afternoon. The severe weather threat now starting to ramp up further. A new additional watch is likely going to be required from the National Weather Service as this continues to push off to the east. Right now, the main concern is going to be with a line of thunderstorms south of Birmingham, Alabama. We have 3 active tornado warnings in effect. Nothing confirmed on the ground at this time, but there's certainly nasty-looking thunderstorms. I'm going to turn off the velocity mode and look at what's going on here just from a completely different radar perspective. And there's a lot of storms here moving through south central Alabama that are getting that look now. And again, this was to be anticipated. About this time, we would start to see the increase in thunderstorm activity and all of that stuff going forward into the afternoon. All right, so there is the cleanup there of the warnings from the National Weather Service. We are going to get into all of these. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Ann, what is going on? Good to see you again, as always. What's going on, Dustin? Hey, Emery in Oklahoma City. Hope all is well with you as well. So thank you guys for tuning in as we kind of track this round 2 or day 2 of the severe weather threat moving through the deep south. There is one tornado warning. I know we had some storms moving through Tennessee as well. We had earlier tornado or a thunderstorm warning in and around Nashville, but you see this nasty line of thunderstorms all the way through. Let's get back up into Nashville. And it does look like the worst is going to be over for western Tennessee. Here we go with Nashville. Where'd my pen go? That's not my pen. But taking a look at a line of nasty thunderstorms, right where Ann was going through, they had a few nasty, gusty thunderstorms. No damage being reported there just yet, so hope everything is well in central Tennessee as well. Hey, Maria in Fort Pierce. Good to see you as well, as always. Cookeville, we are looking pretty good. There's some very heavy rain overhead, but the nastiest stuff now is going to be, let me make sure we're on the correct radar here. We're looking out of the Nashville radar. Let me pull up my other telestrator here real quick so that I can kind of highlight things. There's a lot of different colors going on right now. And I think both spots are going to be looking pretty good. Cookeville and Gainsborough. I'm going to talk like a local. Here we go. There's Gainsborough. And Cookeville was just on the map. The nastiest part of these thunderstorms are now to your east. So these are going to push right on through and leave you alone. You're still going to be dealing with some heavy rain and some thunder. As you just mentioned, there's some more thunder back there as well. But the severe threat is rapidly winding down for you. Just we'll check out the velocity. Some gusty winds back there, but all things considered, are going to be much, much calmer. I think your severe threat is really winding down for you in Cookeville and Gainsborough. I'm talking like a local. Hey, Eric, what's going on? Holly Pond, Alabama. We're going to head back down to Alabama. That is where we have one active tornado warning. There are a couple of other cells south of Birmingham and south of Tuscaloosa specifically. We're going to turn the high-res radar back on. And we are going to look in here. This is, yeah, I would imagine that soon we are going to have another tornado warning issued right down in here. This is where the most concerning part is of this storm. So we're going to turn off the telestration. And again, Jemison, Alabama, if you are familiar with Jemison, Alabama, you know anybody that lives there, want to give them a heads up to this. Certainly a concerning little couplet here. Just looking at stuff. I'm getting the National Weather Service chat room fired up. so that we can see what they are saying as well, and if there are any storm chasers out on these little cells that are sliding through. So, okay, so Coleman, you're going to be up in the northern part of Alabama. There you go. Right now, things aren't that bad. I do think your severe weather threat is really going to wind down now. You had a nasty round of thunderstorms just come through a little bit ago. Or actually on top of you now. My apologies. So here's Coleman. There's a nasty line of thunderstorms. The good news is there are no warnings on this. So it's just a beefy line of thunderstorms, very, very heavy rain. That will continue again for the next 20 to 30 minutes, and then you'll start to quiet things down just a little bit. Just started raining. Okay, so then you're on the southeast side of that. Oh, there you go. There's Holly Pond to be exact. So then you have some of the worst weather of the afternoon coming through. Again, the good news is there's nothing. Let's do some analysis on this. There's just some very heavy winds or strong winds moving through in Holly Pond. We'll highlight that in case there's a lot of different colors on there, but there you are. The heaviest rain is about to pick up just to your west momentarily. So we're going to be watching that. Hey, Matthew, good to see you. Yeah, it's going to get ugly in Southern California and Northern California. We can touch on that as well through this live stream. Really, we can touch on anything you want to. You're just being too kind, Eric. You're just being too kind, but I appreciate that. So we'll go back. Ann had asked about round 2 tonight, so we can kind of look at this progression here. We'll go to the Nashville view, the Central Tennessee view. And I think that might be... So there's kind of round 1 that will be leaving. So I think once we get towards 4 o'clock, like we're going to be completely dry for a while. And then there comes that secondary push tonight. Again, could be some ugly storms. There we go. That's about 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll have some nasty storms start to come back through again. All right, so this talk might be, let's get back down to central Alabama just to check this out real quick. See what's going on with this tornado warning. So certainly still concerning. If you know anybody in Jemison, that's going to be Highway 65 or Interstate 65, excuse me, that this is going to get ready to cross towards Talladega Springs, south of Columbiana. Again, this is going to be, all in all, the worst of this weather is going to be south of Birmingham right now. But it looks like there may have been a tornado touchdown a short time ago. So far, there's nothing imminent. There was some tornado reports coming back in from Marengo County, Alabama, and Hale County, Alabama, of a possible tornado touchdown at 11:30 Central Time. So that was from a couple of hours ago, or an hour ago. Yeah, Perry County also looks like it got hit by a tornado. There's some structural damage there. So certainly already today has been much more active than yesterday. And as we saw kind of that blobbing out of those storms early on in the day, we thought that that might be the case, at least that being relatively speaking tamer than what could have been as those storms kind of all went up together, which is not good for a tornado threat. That helps to really curb that very, very quickly. It looks like there may have been a couple touchdowns. There's a couple of counties where it looks like there's tornado damage just coming in from the National Weather Service. It looks like we've also just as we're talking here, a new tornado watch was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So we're going to pull out here, look at and I'm going to try to get you where exactly that is, as their text has not updated. That push just came through on the National Weather Service chat. So we're going to wait for that. And we're going to get to that. I'm going to turn on the watches here. I believe I have them shut off. So, and this appears to be this is going to be the new tornado watch here. So if anybody's watching from, I think I had somebody comment they were watching from Dalton earlier. This now includes Dalton, Georgia. Let me change my color here. Maybe black will be better. All right, so here's the deal. We have this new tornado watch here. You see the yellow that has just popped back up. That's going to include Montgomery, Alabama, into Columbus, Georgia, also into Athens. If we had a friend into Gainesville, Georgia, certainly including the Atlanta metro area, and then into extreme northeastern Alabama. So that is hot off the press there from the Storm Prediction Center. A new tornado watch just issued there. That is going to run into the early morning hours. Let me see if I can get a time on that. So they did not extend to extreme southeastern counties because they want to avoid watch fatigue. So there's a likelihood that's going to be extended into southeast Alabama a little bit later on into the afternoon as that severe weather threat ramps up a little later on tonight. So that watch is going to roll until 8 o'clock in the evening. So that new watch is going to go till 8 o'clock in the evening. Welcome to everybody that's just joining. If you are finding this channel for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Welcome again. We are tracking one tornado warning now. We've had multiple reports of touchdowns today from the severe weather earlier this morning. One concerning cell right now, there are a couple trying to pop up around Maplesville. There's no warning for you if anybody happens to be tuning in from Maplesville. But we are starting to see that spin again right in here. Be very, very careful for sure. That heavy rain is no joke that is moving through Ohio, or that was moving through Ohio. So go back up and take a look at that status of the watch. Typically and whenever the watches are slow to come down. Because the Weather Service is busy putting new warnings out. So once that severe weather threat moves completely out of that Weather Service office jurisdiction, then they'll start to pull down the watches. But even though that watch is there, your severe weather threat has come to an end in Cookeville and points west towards Nashville, at least for now. They may require another watch. Yeah, this watch stays in effect until 5 o'clock this evening. Ethan, driving home from Nashville, currently in Atlanta. Let's check that out right now. Let me turn the regular radar back on for you. So all of the ugly stuff, if you're continuing south, I think for the most part, you're going to be okay. Once you get down, I think so. You might have a couple of thunderstorms to contend with, but most of this is moving from northwest to southeast. I mean, from southwest to northeast, excuse me. So I think you're going to be okay. Just be careful because you do have some nasty stuff. I would imagine by the time you're going to be south of all the ugly weather, because this is kind of streaming up in this direction. Just be careful. And if you're in Atlanta now, I think you're going to be okay. There will be a few downpours on your route, maybe a couple of thunderstorms, but the worst of this is going to be back to your west. So I think relatively speaking, okay, just be very careful, be vigilant in case any of these try to race out ahead of that main line. All right, so let's take a look at, we have a new tornado warning. We were just looking at that cell that was right around Maplesville, saying that we thought that there was some good rotation there, good meaning bad, good rotation for the storm to trigger a tornado warning, and then there it goes, just issued, hot off the press. This is going to be a tornado warning for Thorsby and into Clanton, Alabama. So this is kind of riding with that other cell, kind of these twin supercells here. So this is going to be for Chilton County until 1 o'clock local time. The severe thunderstorm is located 11 miles to the southwest of Jemison. It's moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So again, putting a little timer on that. There's not much in the way, but Thornsby, we're going to be looking at you. And again, the worst part of this storm right now, and that's pretty ugly. It looks like that top tornado warning, it's not looking as healthy anymore. But that's what we're concerned with here. This is going to be drifting up towards Interstate 65. So Thornsby, if you know anybody that may be living in Thornsby, give them a heads up. Weather Service does say they are going to be canceling this one soon because they are also obviously seeing it fall apart as we are seeing right here. So that one for Bibb County is going to get canceled. Good advice. There is a lot of water out there on the roads. There was a lot of flooding last night in Louisiana and Arkansas from these kind of training thunderstorms. I'm going to back this up for those just joining us. Welcome. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. If you're finding the stream for the first time, welcome. We talk and track all things weather. We are watching now, hot off the press within the last 5 minutes, a new tornado watch, including now the Atlanta metro area. This is going to go until 8 o'clock tonight. So Ann says that she is seeing more lightning and hearing more thunder now than with when that line came through. So let's get back up there just to check up on things. Want to get things to the high resolution radar. So it's just a lot of just that line coming through. We're still looking pretty good. I mean, it's ugly out there. It's certainly nasty out there. Oh, you don't want to be outside in that because there's a lot of lightning. I think you're right about it missing the top of that line. We'll see if they have to a lot of times whenever the leading edge starts to weaken a little bit, like what we're seeing right here, and we'll see if they extend that tornado watch into eastern Tennessee to include Knoxville. because they're going to have to do that soon, since now most of that line is completely out of the tornado watch area. So good question. All of these little spinny things, these are going to be it's the computer seeing some rotation. At least it's called a mesocyclone. So that's where you start to see some spin in the atmosphere or in that cell itself. It could be the beginning of what could eventually be a tornado. There's nothing too terribly concerning in here. We can turn on the velocity mode and we can inspect itself. So that gives you like a quick heads up. Might have to look at a different radar here. We're going to transition to the radar out of Morristown and wait for the high resolution data to stream in. So yeah, within this, and now we can get a little clearer view as we are watching this. Potential little hook there, little spin there. There's the little icon. We'll see. Let's see. We're going to check the velocity mode. There's not a ton of spin here, but these are kind of like what we were talking about yesterday. These tornadoes here, if they do develop anything, would be, I don't like to use the word weak, but they're not going to be your big long track tornadoes. These are going to be in this, embedded in this line like this, because it's kind of wavy. You can get like a little quick spin up tornado here. Certainly can cause damage, but they're not going to be the ones that stay on the ground for a long time, like the ones that we could see down in Alabama and Mississippi, and then eventually Georgia later on today. So we're going to get back here. We're going to turn on the Birmingham radar, and then there is the official cancellation of that warning that was on the northern side in Bibb County. So now you see the yellow pop up, and it means that meso is being detected a little bit stronger. So there's a different, as we get to those more like critical colors, the yellows, oranges, reds, that's whenever we start to see the mesocyclone, that spin a little more intense. So here we go. If you know anybody in Thornsby, it does look like we're getting that look here. We have, it's kind of embedded, it's rain wrapped. But there it is. There's your supercell thunderstorm kind of hidden in there. It is rain wrapped, so don't go out and try to see this. If you are driving down I-65 or know anybody that might be driving through, I know it's a stretch, but if you know of is driving down I-65 that crosses through Clanton, Jemison, Thorsby, make sure that they know that this is going on. It is very, very rough. Ethan, the triangles pop up to give a location where the most dangerous part of the storm is, and at least on this radar product. I'm using a different one that I was using yesterday. It gives you a calculated ETA, so I can click on that, and that'll give you there. So that's just kind of, it helps me out a little bit. It helps us out when we're tracking this to kind of give a nice little thing. Hey, Brandy, what's going on? We can show Rome. We're going to head over there right now. Just going to make sure we're not missing anything. Just checking up on to see if there are any storm chasers on this storm here. So right now we are quiet in Rome. There are a couple of thunderstorms nearby, but the most concerning stuff, and here we are up here. Let me change radars. There he goes. And I couldn't find Peachtree City. That's where the radar is in Atlanta. So give it a second. It has to pull in all of the high resolution data. So here is Rome. We are in that tornado watch until later on this evening. This is going to go until 9 o'clock Eastern tonight. So you're going to be in that tornado watch. Really, your severe weather threat will be over the next couple of hours. as we are quiet here, but here's the leading edge of the nasty weather. It's just to your west right now. And Fort Payne, Cedar Bluff is just about to get nailed. Gadsden, Alabama, Springville, Alabama, and extending all the way back to Birmingham. It's kind of moving in this direction. So I would say in about an hour or two, that's when your severe weather threat starts to ramp up for a little bit, and then it will decrease again as it pushes towards North Georgia into Atlanta. Hey, Allie, good to see you. My gosh, that was awful last night. Yeah, we are praying for him. Holy cow, that was scary. That was very, very scary. So we were thinking about him for sure. What's going on, Weather Watcher? Good to see you. Absolutely, Brandy. Thank you for tuning into the stream. We're gonna keep a close eye on this as that line comes through Georgia for you. We'll let you know if there's any issues with that. Hopefully this all goes quietly into the night. Just looking through the comments, making sure. Hey, Brian, good to see you. I'm going to do my best to get on out there. I'm going to just check in to make sure that we do have one tornado warning. I want to make sure that anybody watching along the I-65 corridor south of Birmingham, we just had another tornado warning pop up. So let's get into here. I don't know how much time you have, but I'm going to try to get on out there. I'm going to pull up some data for Arizona while we're tracking this, and then we can get on out there because you guys are going to be impacted by those rounds of atmospheric rivers, not to the extent, I don't think, of Western California or really the entire state of California, but nonetheless, kind of ugly. All right, so let's get back to the Birmingham radar, KBMX. So that is going to update all the high-resolution stuff that we have. And so this is an ugly one right here. This is going to be south of Billingsley. So now we're going to have two tornado-warned storms crossing I-65 momentarily. And that's been the key here. These new ones and that's what we see a lot of times. The ones on the southern end of the storm have the better environment to work with. So notice how there's not many storms down here. There's still a really good environment. That's all moving up into that direction. These ones now have to contend with these developing storms, and then they kind of choke out. So we just saw that one kind of take over from the storm that was near Jemison. That one's weakening, but now we have a new supercell that is popping up here. Let me see if they're also moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. The good news is there's that other little triangle. There's a bunch of stuff that pops up on this map. That's why I like this radar as well. The computer kind of helps out to kind of pick out what it's seeing there, and then we can go dissect it further. But we certainly have a tornado vortex signature on this. Red is the wind moving away from the radar. The green is the wind moving towards the radar. There's your circulation right in there. So that is the mesocyclone. That's the base of the thunderstorm that would be spinning like a top, that mothership kind of look that you see in those storm chaser shows and all that stuff. But we're going to be watching that very, very closely, as that is a very strong tornado vortex signature. We're going to look to see if there's any kind of correlation coefficient dropout. Not seeing anything there. We'll have to wait now for that update, since we did just see the update come on through on radar. It typically takes a second for the secondary products to update once we get that new reflectivity scan. The reflectivity is what we have up there with all the reds and purples on your screen. It looks like this is how this is going to go today. So now we have all of these storms that are developing here, and this one looks concerning just by taking a look near Whitehall. I want to turn on the velocity mode again, and we do have we do have more rotation here. So I would venture to say that there's going to be another tornado warning coming soon near Whitehall and Benton. The rotation's right about there. These are moving up into that way. So I'm going to get back to this nasty one here. So it's weird because this is actually super atypical of a La Nina year. Typically in the deep south in California, we are really, really dry. I believe the seasonal outlook was for California to keep their drought going like crazy this year. The drought is going to come to an end, if not completely, very close to completely with all the rain. I mean, we're talking like 5 to 10 inches of rain through the weekend, starting today, going to the weekend. I mean, it's going to be significant flooding. Significant. That's going to be stealing the news headlines nationally over the next few days. Likely ugly mudslides out there and everything. So, and we're also typically drier in the deep south, and then it's the El Nino year that we have that active subtropical jet stream that really helps to enhance the wind shear in the south. That helps to get tornadoes going. So we typically see the bigger tornado outbreaks in the south in an El Nino year. So this has been super, again, atypical of that. We've had these kind of big jet streams blasting through California and then coming through the south. And then in a La Nina, again, if you're rooting for snow up in your area, it's not a good setup typically. I mean, you can certainly get the big ones in a La Nina year. It's not, it's not the written of the script for the whole season. It's just what happens more often than not. But nonetheless, I think so. What I'm trying to say, the big snowstorms in the Northeast along the I-95 corridor typically are few and far between in a La Nina year. So this is good. So if you don't want snow, this is better. I'm not saying you're not going to get any this year closer to the coast and towards the Boston area. But it becomes a little harder. We typically see those inland runners a little bit. It is, but the thing of it is, their soil composition is different, and then they also have the terrain. So that's what makes the flooding so much more catastrophic. You don't need as much rain to cause issues because you have the terrain out there that you have all the runoff going to one place. The ground can't handle it, and then that's where you get the flash flooding. You also have the insult to injury of if there are burn scars, which there are a ton of from the wildfires, there's no vegetation to help hold back the hills or that terrain. So typically the root systems would help in some capacity anyway to hold the hills back, and there's not a lot of that out there where they have been kind of burned away. So there's a lot of things that it's not just about, but you're right. I mean, an afternoon thunderstorm in Florida can certainly put down 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain, and our ground can handle it a little bit better. We take it a little bit better, and we don't have the terrain. Yeah, and that's the thing. That was just getting started. The strongest atmospheric river is still to come. Let me just make sure this is good, and we can get out west. I know we had someone asking about Arizona. So I'm just talking about that. This is ready to cross I-65. Let me see. We're going to keep on that. I'm going to see if I can find a traffic camera. Nope, don't want that one. All right, so let's check out. I'm just going to zoom out. And when you see these little things here, that's the tornado vortex signature. So that's the computer actually believing now that we have a tornado. That higher, that number, you see that little teeny tiny 5 there. All that stuff. Yeah, that was my 16-year-old Jack Russell. She was hanging out with me in my streaming room here, and she just got up to leave. So she was sorry about that. She was just stretching and going out to get a drink of water, I think. All right, so we're still seeing some very strong rotation there. Check in on this one near Whitehall again. No warning on it. Certainly, we are still seeing a little bit here. Whoops, that got too thick. And that's going to be the one that we're really going to have to watch for Montgomery, Alabama, or at least on the northern side. Again, there's no warning on that right now, but the theme of the day has been we get a tornado, it weakens. We get a tornado down the line, it weakens, and then we get another tornado, then that weekends as well. So those are the things that we're going to be really dealing with over the next several hours here. So again, if you are watching in Montgomery, just a heads up that you do have storms with a history of at least spinning to your west. Let's see if I can. Let me pull up. Is our friend from Arizona still here, first and foremost? If you're watching from Arizona, please let me know, and then we can get into that a little bit more. We can get into that forecast. Well, I don't want to say we have a lull, but so in terms of the damage, we do have some. There's some property damage in Marengo County, Alabama. Hey, Shane, what's going on? Depending upon where you're watching from, we're going to be in the height of this now for the next couple of hours. There will still be, though, severe weather pushing towards Georgia later on tonight. That's going to be, there's the tornado watch for North Georgia until 9 o'clock, and I would not be surprised. We're really looking... We're really looking into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and then southern Georgia for any kind of overnight stuff. For Pennsylvania, it's been a wet day, but I think the heaviest is over. We might have to contend with this junk here, kind of pushing up. So I do think some more rain is coming down the pipeline, but in terms of severe weather, I don't think we're going to see much in the way of that in Pennsylvania. All right, so we're going to get back down toward Montgomery, Alabama. There's a very strong tornado vortex signature, and here we go again. We started to see this in one of the storms. Sorry about that. I'm from Pennsylvania, so when I see Sylvania, my bad. We're going to check in on that in a second. So sorry about that. Okay, I was going to say, I think that's east. It is northeast. So we have some of the strongest weather moving through now. Let me just turn on the regular radar real quick. And we could take a look. Okay, so here you are on the map. The good news is, okay, so you have a severe thunderstorm warning just to your north in the county up. You do have some nasty thunderstorms getting ready to come into your west. So let me pull out the telestration again. There's a lot of noise here. Let me turn off the high-resolution radar real quick. And here's where we have the heavy stuff coming in. It's right to the west of you in section. Here we are in Sylvania. Rainsville is getting some rain right now. The good news is there are no warnings on this. Still going to be some very heavy rain coming your way in about 5 to 10 minutes. And then your severe weather threat pretty much ends once that heaviest rain is over. Then that's going to push off to your east. So just need to get through that. We're going to keep a close eye on you to make sure nothing spins up in that line. Hey, Carson, good to see you again. It's likely going to hit Georgia, the northwest side. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. What part of Georgia were you in again? Were you closer to Athens? Hey, Brian. All right, sweet. We're going to get to you in 1 second. So we're going to be watching that area for Shane near Sylvania as we watch for that nasty weather to come through. I do want to check these because it looks like we were going to be cycling these supercells again. We had 2 areas of rotation, kind of like what we saw in one of those storms last night. There's 1 and there's 2. So this is going to be a very nasty storm. Let's check the correlation coefficient, see if we have a dropout, and we are not. So we're still seeing that. While I have a second, Arizona actually looks okay. You might kind of get out of the worst here of these atmospheric rivers coming through. So depending upon what part you're in, this is going to be, that snow that you had today is going to be pushing out. See. So kind of do a full U.S. look here, and I can show you kind of what's going on. So for Athens, Georgia, you're going to be up tonight, closer to like 8, 9 o'clock. That's whenever this line of thunderstorm starts to push on over. So there we go, and that's when you can have your highest threat for severe weather in Athens, Georgia tonight in this extreme southeast corner of the U.S. Back to the west, there comes atmospheric river number 1. And now this is going to be on Friday. So California gets pounded tomorrow night into Thursday. And then the northern part of Arizona gets some rain and then mountain snow. And then going forward, that wave train continues here. Here comes another atmospheric river, Pineapple Express in full swing. The little low goes up there and really brings some heavy rain also to western Oregon and Washington. But that heavy stuff continues for California, and then that will move in again for Arizona second part of the weekend and then into Monday. Not as intense as what you would see over the next few days. And then there's another one. So the fact, I mean, it's going to be a crazy, crazy setup that we continue to keep these atmospheric rivers rolling like this. All right, so now we're going to get back to the regular radar. This one here, Ottaville. You jinxed it, Ann. You jinxed it. She had mentioned about some of the names are a little easier to pronounce. Just kidding, of course. So we have an ugly one here. I'm assuming that they are going to issue a tornado warning on this very soon. You see the hook. Let's get in there. So then anybody, now this is going to be heading toward a population center. The rotation is definitely increasing a little bit in Ottaville. Montgomery, this looks like it could head on to the north side. So if you're watching really from anywhere along I-65, there are multiple rotation centers that are going to be moving through. So here we have one. This is kind of dying here as it moves that direction, but we have the secondary one taking over. If there were somebody, it might have been Ethan last night mentioning about twin tornadoes. I can't remember exactly, but this would be a situation where you have the main tornado kind of dying and then the secondary tornado taking over here. So if there were tornadoes on the ground, there might be two of them. And then this one eventually chokes off and then it goes all into here. That is going to be crossing now I-65 right now. So it is my hope that there is nobody driving on I-65 now. Your phone should have been going off in this area if you're driving through those new emergency alerts that are really, really annoying but can save your life. Those would have been going off if people were driving into that area. I hope not either, my friend. We are going to be watching that. Let's see here. All right, so that's what we have going on through. Let me... Side note, I love the DOT cameras on Alabama. They are all weather related. Like they have the tornado watches and warnings. I mean, they know it all too well. They've been nailed the past few years trying to find one in that area. So there you go. This is right where we would be. This is right where the tornado is going to be crossing. Okay, so this is not good. Ethan just brought this up. There are two people waiting under the overpass. That is a no-go. So you don't want to be doing this. I don't know if you can see that. I think the picture's cutting it off. But you see here at the top of your screen, the DOT signs have tornado warning in effect until 2 p.m. So everybody knows, I want to show you this. This is what you don't want to do. Okay, why did it just go away? So it's a little tiny, but it wasn't framing up right. But you see those two cars here. That is what you don't want to do. You don't want to be under an overpass. So that was right going over I-65. You see on the map here, Pine Level. I mean, that's right in here on the southern end of that warning. So literally, the rotation is crossing very, very close. And then there goes the weather getting even nastier. Hey, Heather, welcome to the stream. Where are you watching from? Then we can take a look at... where are you for? All right, let's get back to the radar here. So the worst of the rotation now is going to be beyond where we just took a look at. Let's see if we have any. No CC drop. And I think I don't know what direction we were looking at there on the highway. Perfect. That is great news. Okay, let's check out Calera, Alabama. Still holding on to tornado warning there. They have not issued one for that southern one yet. Little surprised. Maybe it weakened already. Let's check that out. Nope, didn't want that one. Yeah, it didn't hold together. This one's still the behemoth one up here. Okay, so I think in Calera we're doing okay. We're north of Jemison, I believe. North of Jemison and then south of Birmingham, I believe. So we should be right into here. Okay, so there we are in Calera. We have a new tornado warning just issued just south of you. So this is going to be, let me pull up the telestrator, then we're going to get into this. Here you are. Here's the next round of nasty weather. I want to turn on the actual reflectivity. And yeah, your severe weather threat should be going down in Calera. And my apologies if I am saying that wrong. Hey, good to see you again, my friend. Good. I'm glad. Just some good beneficial rain. Nasty storm. These are one of those QLCS tornadoes, so it's a kind of embedded supercell here. Yeah, don't like that update. Again, we're okay in Calera from this. Here is this little bow in the line right there. We're going to zoom on in there. We're going to take a look at this. We're going to bring up the velocity. Yeah, so we have very, very strong winds. .40-mile-per-hour winds going away from the radar. 40 or so mile-per-hour winds going toward the radar. So that tornado warning is going to go until 2 o'clock. That is moving away from you. But again, it's not as certainly strong as this beast down here. And it looks like it's doing it again. There's 2 rotation centers. There's one right here. And then there's the stronger one right here. All right, so they just continued that warning. We're not near Georgia yet, right? No, we're still south of Birmingham. All right, so this one is definitely tightening up from the last time that we saw it. There is the hook embedded. You kind of see it right here. There's the hook. Kind of hidden. Certainly would be rain wrapped. Velocities. There's your tornado vortex signature. Right in there. Red's going away. Green going toward. There's your spin. Let's see. We're going to circle this so for reference. So you have a bunch of new people just on. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you for tuning in. We are tracking the severe weather threat through the south, really from Tennessee, now East Tennessee, and then specifically into Alabama, Georgia, and into southern Mississippi. Really, the main severe weather threat is transitioning now to south central Alabama and then into the western side of Georgia, including the Atlanta metro. So if you are finding us for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We talk and track all things weather on this channel. This is the second day in a row now we're unfortunately having to talk about some destructive weather in the south. But if you're looking for information, you've come to the right place. If you are finding this helpful, please hit that thumbs up button. It helps YouTube push this out to more people so that we can give them a heads up if they are not paying attention. And if you like talking and tracking the weather, please consider subscribing as well. All right, so we're going to change radars. This is going to be the radar now out of Auburn. Wait for the high resolution to come back on. We might have a better look here at these two storms, and we certainly do. So you see now the computer on this northern one here. This is the one that we've been watching for a while that came through I-65 north near Thorsby. It's or Thorsby. It has a 6 now on the. So the higher the number, the stronger the rotation there. So we're watching that. There is the rotation right in here, moving in that direction. I don't know that there's much in the way. I hope not anyway. But certainly the opportunity is there. We don't have a CC drop. Doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground. Let's check out this other one here. This one's nasty down here. We have another kind of high precip supercell. That just means there's a lot of rain, kind of the hook right in here. So a CC drop is something that we look for. If there's a strong velocity couplet, we would look in here. So we're gonna do that right now. So this is a very strong velocity couplet. And when I'm saying when velocity couplet, you have there the reds and the greens are kind of touching right there. So that is what we would call the tornado vortex signature right there. The next thing we would look to see if it's on the ground. And we can do that by looking at correlation coefficient. So correlation coefficient on the radar. Let me just make sure. Let me see if that's where. So correlation coefficient is this right here, and it's a bunch of colors. But when you start to see things, basically when it's all rain, you're looking at this purple color. You're looking at a pretty uniform color, reds and purples, meaning that what the radar is seeing is highly correlated. It's the same kind of thing that the radar is seeing. When the radar sees something different like hail, that color starts to drop out to a more yellow. If it's really big, it'll be blue. But if you see that blue color, that dropping of those numbers, the dropping of the color to a more blue color, to a more green color, and it's in the area of the strong rotation, you're seeing debris, and then that would be a tornado debris signature. So when I say the correlation coefficient or the CC is dropping out, that means we're going from those high numbers, which is that purple color or red color, to more lower colors like the greens or the blues. And when we see them where that hook is, or whether it's significantly rotating, we have a tornado on the ground. And now you can confirm tornadoes with radar without having to have law enforcement or a storm chaser. So we've been watching this one for a while, the one near Whitehall. I had been surprised that no tornado warning was issued, but so far they've been correct. We do still have some spin in this thing, but there is no warning on it yet. So we're going to see if it runs into an environment. Certainly we have a supercell. There it is right here. There are your dovetails. There's your little hook. And there's another one going on right down here. So the reason why we're not seeing the ground truth. So we've had touchdowns today. Those are further back to the west, later, from early in the morning, or later in the morning, earlier today. But other than that, there have not been tornado touchdowns. So we're going to get back into these and see if we've noticed anything tighten up a little bit. And that is a mean tornado vortex signature. So let's check this out. So let's see. Whoops, I want to go back to base velocity. I want to circle that. And then CC. Let me change radars and go back to the Birmingham radar. We might be too far away. There's talks of a CC dropout there. I need my Birmingham radar to pop up. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're going to get into this one. We were looking out of Montgomery before. So there is where we would have the strong rotation. All right, so it appears we are going to have a tornado debris signature on this. Let me just look. Give me 1 second. I'm just kind of looking in here. All right, so strong rotation here. It's kind of jumped up. There is the tornado vortex signature. And then there is the dropout of correlation coefficient. So I think we might have one on the ground here. Nine miles north of, yeah. So the Weather Service is saying a confirmed tornado 9 miles north of Deatsville. Near Deatsville, 9 miles north of Millbrook, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So that is going to be with this one here. Okay, so there it went, just turned purple. Just waiting for that to happen. Once these warnings turn purple, that's the difference, the one up. That's where the tornado is actually confirmed. When it's red, it's the tornado warning. It's been indicated by radar. Where it is purple, that is the step up, that we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, and that was confirmed by radar. So now I'm just going to look at a different radar perspective there. I think there is a CC drop. Let me look at a different, my other radar product is showing a little bit better. So here we go. This is radar scope again. It's showing the tornado vortex signature a little better. There's the CC drop. And already the tornado vortex signature has moved from my little drawing, and it's a little bit weaker. So there it is. And then there's the dropout of correlation coefficient. All right, so we're going to be watching this closely, and then I will get to this question here in a second. But since we have a confirmed tornado now, we're going to be watching this closely. And this is kind of embedded here. There is the tornado. It looks like, again, it's doing the same kind of thing. We have some rotation here. We have another round right here. So it's trying to do that cycling deal. This rotation at the moment looks much more significant. This is going to be, well, we actually have two. So let's look. Oh, yeah. So here is one supercell. This one's ugly. This is not the one that has a confirmed tornado, but I would not be surprised if we do. That is a very ugly looking supercell there. And then we also have another little hook echo here that was showing signs of rotation. So let me go change back to the velocity mode. This is ugly. This is I would be very surprised if there was not a tornado on the ground here. This is the one. I mean, look at this. This is a significant tornado vortex signature. Look at that. Reds, greens right there. Let me just see. I'm not popping up any towns on here, but I'm going to try to pull up a different Where are we at? This is going to be north, just due north of Montgomery, Alabama. Due north of Montgomery. So stand by. Was just looking at the tower cams. They're all back on 65 where this thing crossed. So I don't have a view here. Oh yeah, there's no way. There's got to be the rotation tightened up even further. Okay, hold on one second. Yeah, there's the CC drop. Let me just. So how we have that light yellow there, that would be your CC drop. Now we just have to make sure, check it. Yep, it matches up with the velocity. There's a tornado on the ground here too, so we're gonna have two, and I'm sure that we're using the Birmingham radar to do that. I don't know if there's a closer radar to use. Let's see if we can go down. Yeah, so Athens is under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight, but right now everything is quiet. So you're going to be getting into your stuff a little bit later on this evening. Right now the threat is in southern Alabama and into North Georgia. I'm like, come on, I need this to work. Oh, and there you go. So it turned purple. It turned purple. So there you go. So we had confirmed that before they actually confirmed it. From that tornado from that tornado debris signature. And there we go. So now we have two tornadoes on the ground or in progress in Alabama. One just south of Talladega Springs, and then one north, a bit north of Montgomery, Alabama. We'll get a closer look at that one there from the Tuskegee radar. Need a second for that data to come in. We're also watching, it looked like there were two rotation centers further south. Certainly there's still that one that we've been talking about near Whitehall. No warning on that just yet. And then there's also one a little further down the line right here. That's certainly not as strong. And you see here that tornado vortex signature of 7. There is a chance for tornadoes tonight in Athens. When you have that watch, when you have that watch, that means that conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes. All right, so I'm trying to find if there's stuff in the way here. Weaka Mills. Yeah, I was just so the weather service put in the chat that this Elmore storm here might be done. And it did look like it's all like looking going in one direction. This can answer the question about straight line winds versus basically when you're looking at straight line winds, you have to know where you're at in the radar. So the red represents where the wind is moving away from the radar, and then the green represents where the wind is moving toward the radar. So right here, and you see that changed to a 4 now. So again, the computer also picking up that we are losing. It's losing its mojo, thankfully, as it slides on through. So what we're looking at here, let me see if I can get to the top of the line, actually. That would be because we have straight line winds going on. So let me get back up to the Birmingham radar. So here is our line of thunderstorms, okay? We have that confirmed tornado still. There is that line of thunderstorms. So now what we would do, we would go check to see what direction they are going in, the winds. And notice here that we have all of the wind, like from Childersburg back to Vincent, all of the wind is going in one direction. We can tell that by the red color is the wind moving away from the radar like that. And then the green is the wind moving back toward the radar. So you never want to see the reds and greens close to each other because that means you have wind moving in a different direction at the same time. So right here, all your wind is coming at the surface away from the radar. Our radar site is right here. So it's moving out of the west. Here you have things moving out of the east, so that's likely some of the inflow that is coming into that line of thunderstorms. And then right in here where we have, that's where you have the rotation then, because you have that very close together. And there could be a little weak tornado up here. That's going towards, that's going away. There's your rotation. Yeah, certainly still a strong couplet down here. So let's get, this is where the confirmed tornado is, and this is about to leave its warning area. Right in there. Let's see if it's still on the ground. Do not see that CC drop out anymore. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I think that you're going to be doing, I think you're going to be doing okay. I'm going to go take a look at, I think you're still, like you said, in that tornado watch for another couple of hours. Let's go take a look at that line of thunderstorms for you in Alabama. Yeah, so not completely done just yet. You're in a lull. So if you do go outside to do that, just be careful. Just keep an eye on things. You do have a couple of storms just off to your west. These little guys could get a little rowdy. I do think, though, the main threat has already passed, but still, I don't like that they're discrete and by themselves. They still won't be able to take. So just keep that in mind. All right, for those that are just joining, welcome. I see we have a lot of extra people on the live stream now. If you are finding us for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Welcome to the channel. We talk and track all things weather. If you like that stuff, you like staying informed, or just like talking about the weather or fascinated by it, you come to the right place. Please consider subscribing. Right now, hey, Bobby, what's going on? Southeast Atlanta, not getting too much. Just some light rain for you. We'll go to the Peachtree City radar. And yeah, so you just have some light rain. All the nasty stuff for you is coming in from the west. That's where we have those 2 confirmed tornadoes, likely just 1 now. I'm confident that that one is actually not on the ground anymore. But here's that nasty line of storms that will eventually ride up over the next couple of hours into the Atlanta metro. So keep an eye on these storms to your west. They'll likely be there in a couple of hours. And you're under that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight, so you'll also have the opportunity for some of these to spin as they push off to the east as well. New severe thunderstorm warning, we were looking at that one. It was kind of misbehaving a little bit. Not enough rotation there to issue the tornado warning, but certainly still could be producing damaging winds. Max wind gusts of 60 miles an hour being estimated in there. So there's nothing close to Athens just yet. That wouldn't happen until later tonight. Anything that happens over the next few minutes, next couple of hours, will be just some light showers like our friend Bobby was seeing in the Atlanta metro area. So important to know that you're going to be kind of in the clear here for the next couple of hours, even though you are technically in a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. The nasty stuff is still a couple of hours away, and we see that moving right here. So near Eclectic, Wetumpka, this is north of Montgomery. And speaking of which, let's go check in on those. I think it was Ethan mentioned about the Whitehall cell. It did have, it was rotating. It did fairly strongly a second ago, but it kind of fell apart and then kind of made back together again. So we're going to go CC. We're going to go to base velocity here. And the good news is everything's going in one direction. So again, you can see that here. There's nothing. There's a little rotation here where you see, and this is another good example, the wind going toward the radar. We're on the Montgomery radar, which is like over here somewhere. And then the red is the wind going away from the radar. We do have a little bit of spin here up by Millbrook. See that red pop back up there? That's the wind going away from the radar, and that's where you have the wind going towards. There is a little bit of spin right there, but it's nothing too crazy. So some good news there, at least momentarily. Montgomery, we're going to be watching those storms start to roll in. I'm going to turn back on the regular radar. Millbrook about to get nailed here with this storm. Again, it's a very nasty storm, lots of thunder, lots of lightning. Same thing for us in Wetumpka. And you see there that tornado warning that had previously been purple is back to red, indicating as well that the Weather Service believes that that tornado likely lifted, but it still has the potential to produce. So when producing of a tornado is imminent or there's one on the ground, that's when a tornado warning gets issued. And as Ann mentioned, yeah, it's a precaution. All you do in a watch is you kind of just watch it. You make sure you have the extra sense of vigilance, that you're paying closer attention, because the potential is there for tornadoes. It's not imminent. You don't need to put your action plan in place, but the watch just means, okay, I need to pay extra special attention to the weather today. If there is a warning issued for my area later on, that's when you take the action. There's a great meme. It's a taco watch versus a taco warning. Basically, your taco watch is that you have your ground beef, your spices, your lettuce, your onions, your cheese, all in bowls around your counter. There is the potential for a taco to be made, but it hasn't been made yet. Now, when you actually go through the little bowls and put everything in, your ground beef, your spices, your lettuce, your cheese, your peppers, whatever you're putting in your taco, now you have a taco warning. because your taco has been created with all the ingredients that are there. So you have the ingredients on the table there in Athens and in North Georgia. So the potential is there for that severe weather to happen. But no one has come and put those ingredients into the taco. So I hope that helps. So now is just a time to be prepared. Right, as Ann mentioned, only God knows that. The potential is going to be there for a few of these storms, and we're seeing that here. The stuff off to your west has certainly had a history of producing some tornadoes. The good news is we've lost one of the tornado warnings, and that was the one that had a confirmed tornado. I'm going to go back into the Weather Service chat and see. Oh, yeah. Hey, man, tacos are great. But I was using it not for dinner purposes. So do I. We're having some soup for dinner. We're making some soup yesterday. A chicken noodle and orzo soup, if you were interested. I don't know who would be, though. All right, so yeah, latest mesoscale discussion just came out, and mesoscale discussions are put out by the Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, kind of just an update to their watches, or if there's going to be a watch issued or something like that, they kind of do that as well. But they have also highlighted the zone that we've been tracking for the last couple of hours, and that's right in central and southern Alabama for the highest potential for tornadoes at the moment over the next couple of hours. So, okay, the Storm Prediction Center are saying the same kind of thing that we have been looking at here, that the main range, the main realm for tornadoes, is that a new tornado warning? No, that's the one that we've been dealing with before, but it looks kind of ugly. Look at this. You can kind of see it embedded in there. There she is. Let's take a look at the velocity. Yeah, that's ugly. All right, so this is that same storm that did have a confirmed tornado before. It spun back down, and now it's spun back up again. And we're in a situation where we've seen a few of these cycles. So if you are watching from northern Elmore County, make sure that you are paying close attention. North of Eclectic, even down for us in Dadeville. So that needs to, let me see why. Yeah, so this is an ugly one. We might end up getting this tornado to drop down again. So we're going to be watching this closely. For the next few minutes, we're going to stay on this one. This has had a history of producing a tornado already. So Dadeville, you're not officially in a tornado warning just yet, but I want you to get in your safe place. Camp Hill, same for you. This is going to be on your doorstep at about 2:51 Central Time, 3:01 at Camp Hill Central Time. Those times you see on the screen there are in Eastern Time. All right, so if anybody's just joining us, we are covering live here the severe weather outbreak in the South. We have one tornado warning in effect right now. It's an ugly one. It's had a history of producing a tornado earlier, about 30 minutes ago. And this one, it looks like it could be close to doing it again. And here is why. There is the velocity. Let me make sure that I'm on the correct radar so that we're getting the best view of this. So stand by a second. We are on the Montgomery radar. Strong tornado vortex. Definitely looks to be cycling for sure. So yeah, not a good situation here in northern Elmore County. So let's back this up to show you perspective. This is going to be north of Montgomery, Alabama. I'll turn the telestration on. That was the hook echo from before. Here is Montgomery. Here is I-85. Tuskegee is down here as well. There is the tornado warning again, northern Elmore. Dadeville, I want you to be paying close attention to this. Alexander City, I want you to pay attention to that as well. It does look like it's very rural. We aren't seeing a ton of cities pop up, thankfully. Doesn't mean there's none there. But I guess the slightly better news here is that we have this rolling through. I'm just going to make sure that is the case here, trying to get higher population to make sure that we don't have anybody living there. But again, if you are, there are a couple of cities downstream here, and this is going to continue to head in that direction. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to play with the other radar and bring that over to kind of show you what's going on. But that is a very strong signal. I would imagine, I think the Weather Service has said they were going to extend this tornado warning, so that should be looking probably right about here, because we do still have that type. Maybe it looks like it might even be riding a little bit north of the warning. There is the most concerning part of that storm, and that's going to be heading up into this direction. So Dadeville, make sure that you are paying very close attention to this. Again, you're not under a tornado warning just yet, but this storm, this tornado warned storm, has had a history of producing a tornado earlier, about 30 minutes ago. So it's kind of spun back down, spun back up. We're seeing that cycle a little bit. So I want you to just keep that in mind in Dadeville. And it'd be interesting to see where the Weather Service extends that warning to. They have not pushed it out just yet. These are moving at about 30 miles an hour today. And yeah, it looks like it is maybe getting a little broader. So I would still assume that they would extend the warning. But I am not sure. Let's check these guys here. These all look to be near Wetumpka. Okay, everything looks like it's going in one direction. Same for Millbrook and Montgomery. So, again, relatively speaking, good news, even though those storms are nasty off to the west of Montgomery and Millbrook. Seeing some better news there. It looks like they may have continued it to a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see here. We should get that update shortly. They just pushed it out. They have just pushed that out. So we should be getting an update on this computer screen momentarily. All right, so now we're just going to check up that line. I'm going to turn off the high-res radar. We're going to look and see at everything that's going on. We're getting a TVS marker here. So there's Talladega itself. Just some very heavy rain and lightning. If you're familiar where the speedway is, it's going to be coming through. The worst of this now is leaving Birmingham. So here's Birmingham, and it's heading down I-20. Strong thunderstorms through Southside, Gadsden, Center Point, Talladega again into Vincent. We can pretty much give the all clear just about for Birmingham. We do have a little bit of junk out by Columbus, Mississippi, but that's not going to be threatening, and the watch has already been pulled down back towards Jasper and Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa, we are officially back out of the watch. So some good news there. The all clear can be given there. It's going to be really back into this area. I'm going to check on some things. Check the chat. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. Please post where you are watching from, whether you're in the Deep South or not, or getting hit by some of the snow and ice in Minnesota right now, or heard some thunder snow this morning in South Dakota. We were getting rocked by some of that. severe weather earlier. New tornado warning coming in for North Georgia. You see that little blinking thing right there. We're going to take a look at that. These are going to be on hey, what's going on in Auburn? We've been looking at you guys. We're going to take a look back again. Brandy, you're still with us in Rome. We have that tornado warning just to your north now in Dalton. So I'm going to change radars here out of Peachtree City. We're going to get the high-resolution radar back on so that we can track this for you. And the worst of this weather here is now moving into Cedar Bluff, Alabama. It's pushing into Rome. Right now, there's nothing too concerning in Rome other than that bad thunder and some heavy rain. The worst of this... Okay, let me turn my high-resolution radar back on. And it looks like they had just canceled that tornado warning. So lots of thunder and lightning. Brandy's talking about there. Unbelievable thunder. Thank you for that report. So we have a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings now also in East Tennessee. We'll get off the high-res radar. Look at that. Heading into Morristown, just east of Knoxville now. Maryville. This is going to be heading towards Johnson City. Again, the main deal with this is going to be straight line winds. So we're going to get into that. This is going to be the radar out of Morristown, Tennessee. And we're going to take a look at some of these winds here. It's loading all that data. The high resolution data takes a second to load. So once you click on a different radar site, so we're on that in Morristown. So if anybody's watching from Tennessee, we are going to see that. In Central Florida, I do think we're going to see some thunderstorms. We'll have the severe weather threat mainly north of our area, though. We could have a rogue thunderstorm still linger in Marion County in the northwest side, north of Orlando. But I think maybe as far as the risk area is drawn, to include like Alachua toward Gainesville for tomorrow. Thunder in Tennessee still crazy. Athens, Tennessee, raining like a cow whizzing on a flat rock. That is a great visual. That is a very great visual. Thanks, Dwayne. All right, so we're going to get back into the Knoxville area. Maryville, and then Athens, we're pretty much right in here. Yeah, so that's a very good I guess, description of the heavy rain that is pushing right on through. You're going to have another round coming through just to your west, kind of coming down 40 in Athens, Tennessee. And all that stuff. So you have more heavy rain coming through. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. Crazy stuff for sure, especially on January 3rd to be 75 degrees, especially after like the crazy cold that has been Hey, Gary, good to see you again. All right, so we're going to zoom this out. Right now, most of this junk is in Tennessee. It just moved into extreme southwest Virginia. So we're going to be up in a couple of hours. I apologize. What part on the NC Virginia border again? Were you by Danville or Martinsville? That's crazy. Perfect. Okay, I thought so. All right, so here's the deal with that. Our severe weather threat is relatively on the lower side, but we're going to have those nasty storms kind of come on through. So we're looking at the future radar. This is at, see, that's another round. Make sure this is the most up-to-date one. I loaded this before we started the live stream. So this is 1 o'clock today. It's doing good on the timeline here. So you see how much it weakens, Gary? It's nice and bright red, and then it just kind of turns to some light showers. So by the time it gets to you, this is going to be at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in that ballpark tonight, but it's a shell of itself. Still some nasty weather down Columbia, Augusta, Georgia, Atlanta, Macon. That's where the severe weather threat will be tonight. This junk shouldn't be severe back in central Mississippi. And then we're going to get another push tomorrow. So then this stuff could be strong. So this is going to work its way up from the south and west. And then you see that kind of blast on through. So right in here, there's about Danville right there, or close by anyway. And that is going to be at about anywhere from like 9 to noon tomorrow. And then you should dry out by 2 or 3 o'clock specifically. So late tomorrow morning, I think you're going to have a shot for some severe weather right along the North Carolina, Virginia border as well. I have not seen any big indications of another round of cold. It looked like earlier that a second blast was going to come down at the end of 3rd or 4th week of January. I don't know if that's going to be the case anymore, because it looks like the polar vortex might be strengthening, that positive Arctic oscillation coming back into play. And what typically happens when that's the case, it keeps all of the Arctic cold bottled up in Canada. So because the weather has been so active and not been able to dissect all that stuff long range, but it's my hope to get back into that soon if this weather ever pipes back down. But anyway, let's get back into checking on some of the nasty weather. There are those severe thunderstorm warnings in East Tennessee. If I have anybody tuning in from East Tennessee, welcome. I see we have a few new viewers popping up onto the live stream. Welcome again. If you're just finding this channel for the first time, welcome. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, and we talk and track all things weather in this weather community. If you like that stuff, please consider subscribing. As we head back down into areas just north of Montgomery, the tornado warning has been extended. I'm firing back up the high-resolution radar. And we are getting that. This is the radar out of Montgomery, Alabama. Take a second to load that back through. That would be the best of both worlds for sure. I guess the best way to get that is to have a nice big blast of cold to kill them all before they come out in the summer. But who knows? All right, so this same tornado warning storm continues to give us problems, and we mentioned Dadeville earlier that we were going to be under the gun for this, and they did go ahead and extend that tornado warning to officially include Dadeville now. So again, this is where you need to be in your safe place. If there's relatively good news, this couplet is not that tight at the moment. So just keep that in mind, that you are under a tornado warning. Same thing for us in Jackson's Gap, Camp Hill. So putting a timer on this for you. Dadeville, again, these times that are showing up on your screen are for Eastern time, because that's where the computer is located. So we're just subtracting an hour off, of course, for Central time. So Dadeville, you're going to be up at about 2:56 p.m. Safe place now, though. Camp Hill, 3:07. I want you to be in your safe place as well. So again, you have a tornado warning storm just to your west. We're going to be watching this closely here. Still pegging the tornado vortex signature. Let me see here. This is going to be for Calhoun, Chambers, Cherokee, Clay, Claiborne, Coosa, Elmore. This is like the large, it's covering a ton of counties here. In area, this is again just northeast of Montgomery, north of Tallahassee, Alabama, north of Tuskegee, Alabama. If anyone is watching and familiar with these areas, as well. Hey, what's going on, Janet? In Pigeon Forge, you have that nasty weather coming in your direction. We'll get back up there as well. I take a look at that for you again since I have you on the live stream. Right now, for the highest threat for tornadoes, Caleb, is going to be in the southeast corner of Alabama. That's where we're watching this one tornado-warned cell. It looks like it is a little broader with the rotation. But this one has had a history of producing a tornado already, and it has a history of kind of cycling down and then spinning back up. So this has been cycling for a little bit. So we're going to watch this one closely in Camp Hill, in Dadeville, in Jackson's Gap, all in Alabama. Here we go with the supercell, just like that. Kind of looks weird. We're going to be watching this closely. Again, it could be going through one of its transitions. We have, let me back this up further. We have really nasty stuff moving through. Let me take, thank you for that report, Janet. Pigeon Forge reporting that the wind is starting to pick up. Those storms aren't that far from you. All right, so there's a new radar scan. So we're going to get in here real quick and dissect this again. Again, Dadeville, if anybody knows of anybody living or watching in Dadeville, again, make sure they know that this is going on. This is near Camp Hill. For more perspective, this is to the west of Lafayette. Here is the Georgia border. So still most of this stuff is in Alabama. Selma, we're getting some very heavy rain, but everything, there's nothing destructive embedded in there. So good news, relatively speaking. I know we're taking on the channel with some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. We'll take a look at the one near Monroeville, Grove Hill. A lot of heavy rain. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued for you. But we're going to dissect this one. The good thing is we lost the computer rendition of the... Yeah, so this is broad, and this is a good example here. Remember we were looking at that very tight, there'd be like a super tight sliver of red and green together like this. So right now, this is very broad, very broad. It's kind of extended out. So what this is telling us is that there is still rotation in here. We have the green going toward the radar. We have the red going away from the radar. But that this rotation is very broad. Could this produce a tornado? Yes, it does not look like it's imminently going to produce one. But nonetheless, again, if you're in those areas that I keep on calling out here, Jackson's Gap, into Dadeville, Camp Hill, you want to make sure you're still paying close attention here. You want to make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, away from, put as many walls in between you and the tornado or tornado-warned storm as possible here. Because there are still very strong winds, and we can measure those. We can get in there. We have wind gusts of about, looks like 20 to 30 miles an hour. It's not too terribly strong. But whenever they're we're watching this area, so it looks like we're going to keep an eye on this as we get down. Hate that my stupid telestrator continues to get very fat like that. All right, check the Talladega cell. Still a strong signature. We're going to head back up to Talladega. And that is a very strong signature, as Ethan mentioned. Make sure we're still on the correct radar. There is... Again, never want to say just a severe thunderstorm warning, but right now it's only a severe thunderstorm warning that might need to be upgraded. Very, very tight couplet. No CC drop there. We're still dealing this. So this is one of those like straight line. Just doing some analysis in real time. I mean, that is clearly a TVS and a strong tornado vortex signature as well. Okay, they're talking about canceling that tornado warning that we were just looking at because of what we just mentioned about how broad it was. Still, again, they said that they're monitoring that because they're waiting to see if, just like we're doing, waiting to see if this is going to be a trend or if this is going to be a cycle where it kind of pulses down, pulses back up again, that kind of stuff. So we're going to be watching that closely alongside you guys for that and seeing what they want to do with this. Now, this is mainly the cell south of Talladega. There is some strong rotation with this. I mean, again, Ashland and Lineville. If you know anybody, if anybody is watching from Ashland or Lineville, make sure that you're in your safe place. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Treat this like a tornado warning, though. If you're watching here, it looks very, very concerning to me and to Ethan. So, again, thank you for pointing that out. All right, so we're going to keep our eye on that one. We're going to head up to East Tennessee again. Janet, welcome to the channel. It's nice having you on board. We're going to head up to East Tennessee to take a look at what's going on there. And there are all of the thunderstorm warnings to the east of Knoxville. These include Morristown, just to the west side of Newport, into Maryville, getting into Gatlinburg, so close to you, and there is Pigeon Forge again. So you are under that severe thunderstorm warning. The worst of the weather is pretty much on your doorstep right now. So again, make sure you're away from windows, things like that. We're going to estimate the wind speed here. I got to zoom back out, find the correct radar to be in. There it is. We're going to pull in the high-res data for you since we have you on board in Pigeon Forge area and into the Gatlinburg area. And so, I mean, literally right on the leading edge of this. I'm sure the skies are very, very dark for you if you're looking to the west in Pigeon Forge. Let's get in here and let's look to see what some of the winds don't look too terribly strong here, but I'm sure they are gusty, at least from this perspective. So again, I want to make sure there's likely a lot of lightning with this. All right, still watching that tornado warning down there. Oh yeah, it looks like those wind gusts are really, really crazy behind this line of thunderstorms as well. Moving into Pigeon Forge. Yeah, Pigeon Forge. It doesn't look like there's a ton of lightning with this. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. At least the lightning detection that I was using is not really pegging a ton of lightning around Pigeon Forge. There's a little bit closer to Townsend right now where you see those darker reds moving through. But your main thing here is going to be some teeny tiny hail and some wind gusts potentially pushing 60 miles an hour. So there's Janet with that report just hitting Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. So there's kind of live that's going through where she lives in Pigeon Forge. And you see just kind of rolling through. And these are likely, it's likely because these are low top thunderstorms. We don't have a ton of instability in the atmosphere. to help get these thunderstorms real big and tall like we would see in the spring or even just a couple of weeks ago. Also, side note, if we have anybody watching from Minnesota, that heavy snow pushing north of the Twin Cities now, St. Cloud, Little Falls, Brainerd, Alexandria, we are getting in on some really, really heavy snow north of the Twin Cities. So if anybody's tuning in from the Twin Cities, so there you go. There's a report from Dwayne where it crossed through. So it doesn't last long, but it means business. Hopefully there was no damage. I'm not seeing any damage reports coming through. Well, there you go. Look at this. Did you report this? Because there's in Athens, where I believe Dwayne said he was in, reported several trees down in and around Athens. So the line was certainly stronger when we were checking in on Athens for Dwayne a little bit ago. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that's where you said that you were tuning in from. Hey, Michelle, what's going on in DeRitter? Good to see you joining the live stream again. All right, so Ethan mentioned about another tornado warning in the panhandle of Florida. There it is. We're going to take a look at that in a second. I believe DeRitter, we're in the clear. Yeah, DeRitter, we're looking good. No watches for us. We are looking good. You're just off the screen here. So there you go. We are looking good. Excellent. Yeah, so you are on the outskirts of that severe weather threat. Hey, in Asheville, we are not officially included in that tornado watch. I would say there's a very teeny tiny chance, but it's not going to be your main risk. This line is going to be decaying as it kind of gets to Asheville. So it's going to be going on a weakening trend over the next couple of hours. So I would just continue to watch closely here, but I think you're going to just maybe see a few nasty thunderstorms, but the damaging threat should be a little bit lower by the time it gets to Asheville. We still have a whole line of severe thunderstorms. Knoxville even reported some hail. There's your local storm report. National Weather Service reporting hail of 0.3. Okay, that's teeny tiny hail. Thank you so much. And again, this channel is nothing without you guys. So I appreciate everybody tuning in and giving me your reports and kind of bouncing around. We're talking about a lot of spots across the country. So thank you for your patience as we kind of hit the hardest parts right now, the most crucial parts, where we do have some of these tornado warnings in play. And we've had tornado touchdowns today. So thank you guys very much for joining this. And again, I appreciate all of you. If you are just finding this channel for the first time, I see we have a bunch of people watching. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Hit that thumbs up button if this is helping you out. And if you like talking and tracking the weather, please consider subscribing. We would love to have you. I love getting your storm reports and what's going on in your area. All right, so we're now looking out of the Mobile radar. Let me turn back on the high resolution stuff and take a look at this tornado warning just to the north of Pensacola in Milton, Florida. So this is on the Florida side. It goes up to the Florida, Alabama, Georgia, or Alabama area. Let's take a look this thing looks like, and there you go, nice little speck there of some very strong winds. Very, very strong winds. Just north of Milton, Florida. Excellent. Okay, just wanted to make sure, Dwayne, thank you again for your reports. There's some trees down in your area, so if you're driving around, be careful. All right, looks like that. All right, so this is the one that Ethan brought up. We were wondering why there wasn't a tornado warning, and now there is a tornado warning on that one that was just south of Talladega. So we're going to get back into that. So Lineville, we gave you that early heads up about 10 minutes ago that we told you in Lineville and Ashland to treat this like a tornado warning. And this is on your doorstep here. Nasty little couplet. Remember, we were looking how it was The one further south was broad. Now this is a little tighter right in here. We have very strong winds going away from the radar, and then not as strong winds going back towards the radar. So again, Ashland, Lineville, make sure that you are clearly in your safe place now, because we do officially have a tornado warning. Those bells and whistles were likely going off. If you have your alerts in your phone, they are probably going off. They should be going off unless there's a problem with the device. So be on the lookout for that. This is going to be, and that is, I believe, okay, that is well within the tornado watch. So they're just cutting it back. Doing okay, doing okay. We'll be watching those cells near Montgomery. Let me just see. Sorry for the in and out. Just want to check to make sure that we're clear about where this is. So here is Talladega. Here is Birmingham. The severe threat is over in Birmingham. You see they've pulled back the tornado watch as well. So that's been canceled. So if anybody's tuning in from Birmingham, you are good to go for the rest of the day. Severe threat is over. Bessemer, we're good. Alabaster, we're good. We're just about done in Jemison. That line is pushing to your east. All right, so if you are just joining us, welcome. We are tracking one tornado warning. There is one. It's a nasty little couplet. We've had reports, several reports of tornado touchdowns today, earlier in the day in Alabama. Things, relatively speaking, have calmed down just a smidge. Again, we do have an active tornado warning out there. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one including Montgomery, Alabama, one north of Monroeville, Alabama. Most of this stuff is in Alabama, and then Georgia, we're going to be up next. We have some nasty storms moving through. Our friend Janet in Pigeon Forge, your severe thunderstorm warning has now expired. Still some very heavy rain now pushing in, and over Sevierville, over you still in Pigeon Forge, in Gatlinburg. When we did that kind of dissection there of that line, it didn't look like the wind was too terribly strong. Certainly gusty, but not damaging. And that is why they pulled down that severe thunderstorm warning. We still have that, though, for Robbinsville into Murphy, Andrews. Good afternoon. That is going to be pushing east and kind of moving parallel with I-40. We had someone in Asheville as well. Don't know if you're still on, of course. Here we are in Asheville. Here is that line. And as expected, again, it looks to continue to be weakening. Still some gusty winds, still some heavy rain, maybe a couple of lightning strikes for sure. But as that moves into Asheville, you're going to be looking pretty good for the time being. We're going to keep a close eye on that, though, to make sure that doesn't spin back up. But the trend will be, as the afternoon rolls on, in North Carolina, along the Virginia border, into East Tennessee, for this line to continue to weaken. Where it's going to stay a little bit beefy is going to be kind of where we are right now. Georgia, Alabama, southeast of Birmingham. And then we're almost done with this in Talladega as well, the severe weather threat. So we're going to get back in. It looks like we have some improvements, but man, that is some strong winds. We have winds there at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So even if there's not a tornado on the ground there could be some damaging winds, and likely will be damaging winds in and around Ashland. So we'll check those storm reports. Hopefully there's nothing that comes through. It does look like we're losing that tight couplet, though. Just some very strong winds outbound. But Lineville, you still need to be in your safe place. The all clear cannot be given for you just yet. We'll head back down to that Florida cell. Switch radar back to Mobile. Maybe we can take a look at what it looks like out of the Panama City radar. It's kind of right in the middle. We're lucky here that we're going to have two radars we can look at this one with. High resolution data is loading as we speak. Takes a second because there's a lot of data coming back into the computer. So stand by for this. Again, if you are watching north of Milton, you are not included in this tornado warning. This is going to be north of I-10. And this could eventually move into Alabama. It does not look like we are getting data from, there we go. About time. Okay, this is the data from the Panama City radar. And then this is what you would, again, typically look for. This is a tornado vortex signature. Right here, this very tight couplet. Reds and greens, when it looks like Christmas on radar, again, that's no go. That's no good. We don't want the reds and greens together. So we're going to zoom out here. Oh, look, I know this is a pretty rural part as well. But if it hits something, we don't want that, of course. So far, Athens is still in the clear. Everything's still back to the west of Atlanta. So you are still good, my friend, at this point. So that looks like it wants to continue to spin up. All right, so we're going to... Okay, so no CC drop. That's good for right now. Still, though, going to be watching that closely. All right, kind of a wide view here. Things are pretty tame in Mississippi and Louisiana right now. There's a few thunderstorms there. So far, they've not been able to sustain themselves. So that's some good news in Mississippi. All the action right now is in Alabama and then in Tennessee. Our friend in Rome, if you are still watching us, you are getting some very heavy rain. You're still under that tornado watch, but soon your threat is going to come to an end. Your severe weather threat's going to be done for the night here. Once we get past the next 30 minutes to an hour, we'll be able to give you the all clear in Rome. That looks a little noisy up there. Let's move back to the Tuskegee radar. And also, if you're tuning in from the upper Midwest, Brainerd, we're getting a ton of snow right now. Little Falls, there's a nice big strip. If you look above my head where I'm drawing, St. Cloud, that's probably an inch per hour snow band right there. Very dark in Pigeon Forge. I don't know if you were on when we were talking about you for the update, but they've pulled down the severe thunderstorm warning, so at least that's some good news there, but it's still raining like crazy. At least was 5 minutes ago. Is anybody happen to tuning in from the South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota? Would love to know if you're tuning in from those areas that we're still dealing with some very, very heavy snow. We had ice last night. I know there were reports of, at least when I woke up this morning and checked the radar, there were lightning bolts around Sioux Falls. So they got some thunder snow overnight. Okay, so here we go. We have a new tornado warning now. Just popped up. This is going to be south of Tuskegee. We're going to head back to the radar. We already have the high resolution pulled up. Also, look at this. All right, so here we go. It looks like we're going to get back into an area where we're going to see some of these storms try to spin back up again. It's crazy how that works, but we've got a nice hook. I'm using nice negatively. We don't want to see that nice hook. We don't want to see that textbook hook. And then we have that new tornado warning just issued. So we're going to quickly go to the velocity mode here. They're likely going to have to issue a tornado warning soon on Midway. There also is one here. It doesn't look all that impressive at the moment. But again, this is going to get really, really close to Tuskegee. You're not in that warning, but watch this closely. If this kind of drifts a little bit further to the north than anticipated that's in this polygon, this is going to come close to you. So it's moving in this direction. But if it moves a little bit further due north than east, that's going to be coming in your direction as well. So just keep that in mind. Just pay very, very close attention in Tuskegee. Want to go down here. There is not a tornado warning for Midway. We've got a couple of cells that look like that. I don't even think there's not even a tornado watch down here. They are going to have to do this. If you were with us earlier when we first started the live stream, the Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center said they weren't going to issue a watch in extreme southeast Alabama because they didn't want to give watch fatigue. I think they need one now because we've got two storms that are, at least one there, we've got two storms that are rotating near Troy and also near Union Springs. And then we have that one tornado warning storm that's in the panhandle of Florida that needs to be, that's likely going to cross into Alabama. So they're going to need a watch. I don't know if they have even issued a mesoscale discussion as to why they haven't done that, but they need to extend that watch, in my personal opinion. Again, if you're watching from Dothan or Castleberry, Alabama, Eufaula, Alabama, I think Union Springs, Troy, like you're under the gun for severe weather. You are in that main severe weather risk today. Let's check out this one here. I'm not sure what app you're looking at, but I don't know. There's no app that would forecast an 85% shot for tornadoes, Carson. 0% chance of that kind of forecast. So I don't know. I'd be interested to see what app that is saying that, because that would be, we're not in an environment where everything that pops up is going to spin. This isn't like the super outbreak of 2011. Doesn't mean we're not going to get strong tornadoes out of the deal, but that's crazy that an app would say that. It might be an 85% shot for rain, but while the tornado threat is there, you are in a tornado watch. You're not going to have that. That's like a guarantee of a tornado, and that's certainly not a guarantee by the time it gets to you. I don't like this thing near Midway. I don't like this at all. There's no warning on that. There should be. Let me see what weather service office that is, and I'll hop into their chat room and see what they're thinking with that, because that should be a tornado warning storm, at least a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so there you go. You just saw that bright yellow pop up on the screen. They just extended the tornado watch there. Like, that just came out. So we're just talking about that here with you guys. We all saw it. That these storms looked very concerning, and there you go. I don't think they extended it far enough south, but at least there's now one where we're seeing these concerning storms. But yeah, and like Ethan mentioned too, like it's just crazy the cycle here that we go through these. That we went through that law, we were kind of just like BSing for an hour. We had a couple of warnings up, but now all of a sudden they're getting into that environment where as Ethan said, they're firing back up. We have a couple of tornado vortex signatures on these things. All right, so here we go. Let's back this up. And to be clear, like the men and women at the SPC are the smartest people in the world when it comes to severe weather. Like there's so much dynamical stuff that they are just cut above the rest. And same for the people at the National Weather Service. They're the smartest of the bunch here. But I do think they needed a watch a little bit earlier. All right. All right, it looks like that one in Clay County is going to be expired. We have there's some spin around Midway. There's also some spin around Clayton. Yeah, see, all these storms are trying to become supercells. All these are trying to become supercells. They have that little kidney bean shaped look. One back near Troy. So they're trying to grow up. And they're trying to grow up quickly. Like, remember yesterday we were talking, if you were with us on the live feed, how they were like kind of strung out like string beans. Like they were very elongated. Now these ones, and we mentioned that yesterday, that there was going to be a little more instability since it had the help from the ocean to increase the dew point temperatures, increase the amount of moisture in the atmosphere a little bit more. And that's going to help to outweigh the wind shear. I think was kind of blowing off a lot of those storms because the instability was held down. Again, there were a few tornado touchdowns yesterday. But that would be the reason why, in my opinion, that we didn't have more. There was just too much wind shear, not enough instability. All right, Dwayne mentioned, check Southwest to Pigeon Forge, 9.6 inch per hour rainfall rates. And then there you go. Townsend had been taking it on the chin earlier as well. Looks like there's some trees down in Tellico Plains, also in Monroe County, Madisonville, numerous trees down. There was Athens again. So there's some very heavy rain continuing, and certainly the more severe side of this, wind damage, several trees down again in Bradley, Tennessee. That's going to be southwest of Cleveland, Tennessee, in Bradley County. So a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff for sure. So yeah, they would absolutely. So that's where the potential is. So in that tornado watch, it'll give you a package on what the threats are. And the threats for the tornado watch are going to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and then the potential for a couple of tornadoes in that watch area. So let's get back down to Union Springs. Thank you, sir, for that update on the Florida Panhandle one. That's the one we've been jumping in and out of, and there it goes, gone. So thank you again for keeping an eye out on that one. I appreciate you for that, as we're kind of bouncing around to these other tornado warnings that look kind of ugly. So here's the one south of Tuskegee. Certainly it's getting loaded with a little more precip, too. Still have some broad rotation. It's not as bad as it was before. I don't know what's going on in Midway. I think that there should be a warning on that. Am I crazy? Stop it. There's our supercell. Okay, so they just issued a mesoscale discussion there. Let me see. See, pull it up to see what they say. Did they mention if they're gonna what they had mentioned about if they're gonna continue that watch further south? They certainly did that before, and maybe the reason why they aren't pulling the trigger here is just because a lot of these storms that look threatening, because just like yesterday, there were a lot of concerning cells that never produced, thankfully. But I don't know. This one looks a little crazy to me. So that actually, Carson, has nothing to do with the development of tornadoes. Now, that will help for trees to fall down because that loose soil. But as far as the ground being wet, that's really not a component to getting tornadoes to develop. So you don't have to worry about that, at least for helping to get to tornadoes. That's not one of the conditions that we're going to look for when tornadoes develop. Okay, let's look in here because this is kind of wild. Yeah, those are a lot of the misconceptions, kind of like hiding under an underpass when if you're on the highway and a tornado warning is issued or there's a tornado coming. You don't want to do that. That increases the wind speed. There's a lot of other myth versus facts out there when it comes to the weather. I don't know. Maybe they have a storm chaser on this thing and they're watching it and they're watching it and they're just going to wait until the last minute if it does produce or not. But there's also one in Clayton. Let me just make sure that we are on the right radar screen here. We're out of Tuskegee. Let's take a look at the one near Ozark. There they go. Okay, so there comes the warning. Okay, so we still have the tornado vortex signature popping up around midway. There's no warning on that. There's the one that's still ongoing south of Tuskegee. That's the one that they had in the warning. I'm not sure what the highest level is on that. I think it might go up to 14 or 16 if I'm recalling correctly. But I can't remember what this radar product goes to. It's detecting some hail. Probability of severe hail is up to 1 inch. So if you're watching from Columbus, you want to start thinking about, this is way out here on the Georgia-Alabama line. You want to start thinking about kind of like a plan. If this thing is going to hold together, and this is looking beefy, there you go. It's also starting to get a little donut hole in there as well. We're going to watch this. Anytime you get like a little donut hole, that's certainly not a good thing in the reflectivity there. Looks like we've had some crazy people enter the chat room. It's getting super weird. Let's see what we can do here. All right, I can remove them. I haven't had to remove people from the chat before. But we did. So peace out. All right, so back to this. We're going to get into, I'm entering into the Peachtree City chat. They're going to be FFC. So stand by for that. All right, so we've just entered the Peachtree City room. That's who's going to be dealing with the jurisdiction with the cells that we're going to be watching, closing in on Columbus. I think, anyway. Hey, welcome to all the new people that have just joined the live stream. I see we just got a nice influx of people as we are tracking here some very nasty weather in Alabama, getting ready to move into Georgia. We had some damaging thunderstorms in Tennessee, also northwest Georgia. Some wind reports coming in of thunderstorm wind damage. That was close to our friend in Rome, if she's still watching. Those storms are piping down in northwest Georgia. The biggest concern here, we have some supercell thunderstorms developing. If you're just tuning in, if you know of anybody, and this one's starting to look uglier and uglier by the minute. This is south of Tuskegee, northwest of Hurtsboro, north of Union Springs. This is in Alabama, west of the Georgia line. If you are watching, just tuning in from Columbus, Georgia, I want you to start thinking of a plan, because this has shown no signs of kind of piping down, and this is moving at about 30 miles an hour to your east. So again, if you're watching from Columbus, Georgia, make sure that you are starting to think about all that, just having a plan in place here. You're not under a tornado warning yet, to be clear, but there is a tornado warned storm just to your west. If you are just joining us, just finding the stream for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We talk and track all things weather. If you like doing that or just want to stay informed, please hit the subscribe button, or please give this a thumbs up so that this gets out to more people, so that they can see that pop into their feed if they like getting their weather from YouTube. That would be very, very helpful to me and to everybody that's kind of talking in this channel. All right. All right, so we're going to make sure we stay on this for you and your friends and family as you watch that. Again, to be clear, they aren't under a tornado warning yet. This is still probably about 45 minutes to their west, but it's something worth watching. Again, the latest trends is kind of broadening out just a little bit here, but still, the computer is still showing a very strong tornado vortex signature right in there. We have not done any kind of analysis to see if there's a debris signature on this one. It's so weird. I don't know why there's not a tornado warning on that. I don't know. Oh, he gone. I got him. Thanks, guys. All right, so if anyone's just joining, we're watching some concerning cells here in extreme southeast Alabama, eventually getting into western Georgia. So again, if you know anybody that lives here, please share this stream. That would be awesome. And give them a heads up if they are watching from specifically into Georgia where they have enough time to take a phone call right now. There are several supercells in this area, and I'm not sure why some of them aren't tornado warned. But that thing has a 6. Tornado vortex signature 6. That is a very good idea because, again, these storms do have a history of producing some damaging winds, at least taking down trees in Tennessee, North Georgia, North Alabama, where we've not seen it tornado-y. So that's a good idea to charge your devices for sure. Hey, Annie, welcome to the chat. I think your severe threat is pretty much over. We're going to head back up that way. There was some damaging stuff through southern Tennessee earlier, but I believe now to the south of Nashville, you are good. So you officially have the all clear. All watches are down, and all the nasty weather. It might be a little breezy still. All the nasty weather is closer to Knoxville, Spring City, Dunlap, even Chattanooga. Still dealing with some of that stuff. So you have the all clear, my friend. So it looks like the SPC just issued another tornado watch. It has not popped up here. Just came through on the chat. So we'll see where that extends. It should be down in here somewhere, closer to the Florida-Georgia line, Alabama line. Stand by for that. That yellow box will update on the screen once we officially get that through. In the meantime, while we wait, we're going to go check in on this tornado warning storm here. Doesn't look like they have extended it just yet. It doesn't look as healthy. That's good. All right, so if you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. We are watching one tornado warning in particular. There are a few more concerning cells in eastern Alabama getting ready to push into extreme western Georgia around Smith Station, Columbus, Omaha, Georgia. We're watching these guys here. They're rotating, not enough to trigger a warning at this time. But we do have several supercell thunderstorms moving through as well. I have not checked the latest, but I don't think it's going to change. It looks like that line is weakening as expected before. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you for that report, Dwayne. And he was on here with us when those nasty storms were blowing through, telling us that it was nasty too, and we were looking at the radar. So thank you for that report. Fortunately, though, there was some damage just down the road. All right, so there was a CC dropout, but I don't think it was related to any kind of tornado debris signature. We briefly saw that. So, like, right there is what I would imagine. See, it went away. That is... You have to watch like an area when there's not much reflectivity Sometimes it can contaminate. Let's see here. All right, so there is the new tornado watch. We were expecting this. We were talking about this here, that thought we would see the expansion, and we were wondering why it hadn't happened yet. But here, this is the new watch here. Going from about Monroeville, we were already in the watch there. And it extends to Albany, Georgia. That is the new watch that was just issued from the Storm Prediction Center. So now that includes the area that we're starting to see these more concerning cells pop back up again. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning just came out from the Weather Service in Peachtree City. It's on some of these cells. I believe it's this one here that was just issued. They issued it with the tornado possible tag. So the Weather Service does this sometimes whenever there's some rotation in there. They don't want to jump the gun and say that there's a tornado warning. There could be a tornado. So they just issue a severe thunderstorm warning and then have that tag of tornado possible. So you can see that right here where it has that. Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, especially seeing that we've already had a tornado warning there. But the better dynamics are north of Florida. I mean, again, as we saw, it doesn't matter because we already have seen one spin up. Let's take a look a little deeper inside here. We do have a little bit of rotation, and not enough to trigger the warning, though. We're going to go back out over here. Get to a better view of the Tuskegee one. Yeah, and now this one's so close to the radar, it's really hard to determine what is actually going on there near Tuskegee. Excuse me. All right, so we are in extreme southeast Alabama, western Georgia, Cusseta area. That's where we are watching this guy here and starting to get a concerning look. Certainly trying to become a supercell thunderstorm. I need to change the radar to look back at that one again. I'm going to go into Dothan. That'll get us that. We'll wait for the high-res radar to load. We're going to get back into this guy here. So certainly some strong winds into Cusseta. That's going to, right now, severe thunderstorm warning, but they do have the tornado possible tag in this. Okay, so that's going to be important to note that if you're watching from there, that a tornado could spawn at any minute, even though there's not a tornado warning on this area or in this particular cell moving to the north and east. It's certainly getting that look with the hook. Did not mean to rhyme. But that lone shape there. So, again, it's You always have to be concerned when they are isolated, they're in a better environment, and there's not other storms to compete with. Like all this mess right here is going to end up hurting that one, thankfully, in time. So that's good. That's what we like when there's storms competing for the good ingredients for those tacos, as we were talking about earlier, if you were with us. But nonetheless, we're going to watch that closely, and that is why that tornado watch was just expanded by the Storm Prediction Center, because we are starting to see these supercells pop, and the environment is decent. It's not a slam dunk like it oftentimes is in this area where we just have tornadoes all over the place, but certainly it's enough to get storms going. So again, just keep that in mind. We're going to go back and take a look at hey, north of Macon, Georgia. Welcome to the stream, Adam. We're going to go take a look at Macon. And certainly when those storms come rolling through, we are going to have that opportunity for some strong gusts as those storms go through. Also, the potential for a tornado is going to be there. I do think the threat gets lower, though, the further east you are from the Alabama and Georgia line. I'll take you a little closer in just 1 second. But we are going to be watching these storms here. We are officially in that watch, as you mentioned. So all the nasty stuff here. So pull out the telestration again. There's Macon. We're on the edge of that yellow there. That's the tornado watch, meaning that conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes. Here is the nasty stuff that is kind of lifting up into this direction. So in the next 2 hours, I think your threat will end before 9, but really, I think you're in the clear for about another hour. And then shortly after that, that's when we're going to be in at least these nasty thunderstorms with the potential there for some tornadoes. So again, we are still in the thick of that part. And I'll move the screen over so you can clearly see Macon. I had it covered by the edge of the screen. So there's Macon. Here's Columbus. So interesting to note there that tornado warning storm has been now allowed to not expire yet, but it has been extended as a severe thunderstorm warning right up to the Georgia-Alabama border. That's going to include, or just barely not include, Columbus, since we are on the other side of that. But Bibb City, again, same question. We had our guy watching from the Bibb City, or had family in the Bibb City, Columbus area. Right now, the worst part of the storm is just on our doorstep. We're going to see the opportunity for this get a little nasty again, and we're still watching the potential there for that to spin back up. But right now, there are it's broadening out. The rotation's a little bit broader. We like that. That means the storm is unfortunately still spinning a little bit, but it is, it's probably not spinning enough to be able to get the rotation to the surface, right to the ground. So important to note there. All right, let's go check in the Weather Service chat room, see what. Okay, so as of 4:28, they just issued a new tornado warning. There it is. This is going to be near LaGrange. There's a lot of colors on this map. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. We got to go back to the Tuskegee radar. And then we're going to get real close in here. A lot of wind. But here's that little speck. Let me just turn on. See, and this is where things start to get weird. These aren't going to be your supercellular tornadoes, at least at this point. This is going to be near LaGrange, Hogansville, Roanoke, and that's Roanoke, Alabama. But there's still rotation. These can still produce tornadoes. So there you go. And there's a couple of things. You can see the quick spin-up tornado here moving in the direction of Roanoke. Again, this is Roanoke, Alabama, to be clear. We are in Alabama and Georgia. 5 points. We are included in that warning. The most dangerous part of that storm, though, is to your north, and that is going to be lifting up as well. Again, these are those different types of tornadoes, the ones that can spin up quickly in that line of thunderstorms that is moving through, rather than the discrete kidney bean-shaped ones that we're watching in Buena Vista, to the southwest of Macon right now. So a couple of different types of tornadoes that we are seeing develop, or tornado-warned storms. We don't have any confirmation of those tornadoes being on the ground. For those just joining the live stream, please post in the chat where you are watching from as we continue to watch these nasty storms. We have one active tornado warning. We almost cleared the board here from tornado warnings. Almost cleared the board. We had one just freshly issued. This is going to be to the southwest of Peachtree City, Georgia. So we're going to head to the Peachtree City, Georgia radar, and very noisy. And again, it's going to be embedded in this nasty line of thunderstorms that continues to move closer to the Georgia-Alabama border. So again, Carrollton, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Buchanan, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in play as well. Strong gusty winds. And again, there's a history here of that happening. Back to the west, in Talladega County, there's wind damage reports. Trees down at Cemetery on Fort Williams Drive, if you're familiar with that portion of Alabama in Talladega County. So again, these storms do have a history of producing damage. That is why we are tracking these alongside you live here. I see we have a lot of new people just joining. If you are just finding this channel for the first time, welcome. We talk and track all things weather. We do it together here. And my name is Jonathan Kegges, meteorologist Jonathan Kegges here, as we are watching these nasty line of thunderstorms. If you are finding this stream helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It'll help YouTube push this out to more people as we are trying to alert everybody of the nasty weather that is coming through right along the Alabama-Georgia line. A lot of red there on your screen. And if you do like tracking the weather, I love getting your storm reports. So please consider subscribing as well if you like that stuff. All right. Back to Columbus. There's where the nasty storms are, just to our west. Let me turn off the high-res radar so we can do a radar tour now that we're really, really seeing these things expand. Southwest, or southeast of Columbus, I should say, just to the east now of the highway on 185. We have this little guy here that still has the potential to produce a tornado, but a severe thunderstorm warning, again, with that tornado potential tag on there. So important to note, that's going to be moving up towards Geneva into Talbotton. That is in Georgia, if you are watching, if you know anybody there. The one lone tornado warning that we have at this time, we're going to go back to Peachtree City. The tornado is just over the border in Alabama, near Roanoke, Alabama. If you're familiar with that, if you know of anybody that lives there, let them know. Little concerning signature here. That is why they went ahead and issued that tornado warning. There it is. It's certainly not as well pronounced as some of the bigger ones that we've seen so far down to the south in southern Alabama, but this is certainly enough to produce a tornado. Now, this is going to be working towards the Georgia border in that fashion. The border is right here, and then here is Roanoke. So if you know anybody that lives in Roanoke, certainly if you live in Roanoke yourself, you want to make sure that you are taking this seriously, and that's going to be into your safe place, away from windows, away from walls. Put as many walls in between you and the storm as possible, because, again, it's the head injuries that really make things messy here. So make sure that we are doing that. And just checking to see, we might have a CC dropout here. Roanoke. That is correct, Adam. So yeah, watch just means not just. Again, it's significant when there's a watch. It means that the conditions are favorable. So yeah, it's not guaranteed that we're going to have a warning later on, but it's just that's issued so that you pay extra close attention to the weather that day for the warning. When a warning is issued, that's whenever you start to put your action plan in place. And where there's a warning issued now, this is coming out of northern Chambers County, Alabama. For reference, again, this is going to be north of north of 5 Points heading into Roanoke, and it looks like this could be a confirmed tornado. Let's redraw this here. There is the tornado vortex signature kind of lifting to the north. Lifting to the north there. So let me draw that back again. We need this for reference. Turn off the telestration, go back to correlation coefficient, and then turn back on the telestration. It looks like we might have a correlation coefficient drop there. So what we might be seeing here on radar is a little bit of damage. So again, certainly if you know anybody that lives in the Roanoke, Alabama area, now is the time to make sure that they know here. This is extremely rain wrapped. This is your atypical, again, tornado. This is kind of really wrapped in a line. It's not like the supercell ones that we are watching in southern Alabama right now. This is for reference, again, north of Lafayette, Alabama, north of Auburn. But this is an ugly one here. Very bright greens next to red. There's your tornado vortex signature. That is lifting towards the north. So again, right now our concern is for Roanoke, Alabama, close to the Georgia-Alabama line. So if you're just joining us on the live stream, welcome. Kind of an ugly situation here around Roanoke. I'm going to try to do some, and that's Roanoke, Alabama, not Roanoke, Georgia, or not Roanoke, Virginia. So again, if you're familiar with this area, this is pretty much right on Chester Street. This is crossing that. There's going to be a treasure garden in the way. This is kind of close to right field, St. Paul Baptist Church. This is kind of tracking towards Handley High School. South Lafayette Street, Roanoke softball fields, Guy Street, Kirk Street, Chestnut Street, near the Roanoke Fire Department. So we're going to be able to find very, very soon if it's on the ground for sure. But again, it looks like we do have that confirmation. It is still blinking green, so they've not updated the tag from the National Weather Service yet. Okay, the Weather Service acknowledged the TDS, but they've not went ahead and issued the let's get back in on that again. Okay, so there, yeah, I would imagine this tornado was on the ground right on the Randolph County line here. So this gives, let me get back to my other map here. So this is right on, very close to Chestnut Street. And that's, again, right on the Chamber County line. The Weather Service hasn't confirmed it yet, but I think this thing's on the ground. There is your tornado vortex signature. Turn off the telestration, switch radar modes, turn back on the telestration. It's right there. It matches up perfectly. So I don't know what I don't think there's any kind of contamination there. This is going to be heading into the town of Roanoke, and we could have a tornado on the ground here. So again, if you're watching from Roanoke, safe place now. We'll go upstream in a second here. But again, this is an ugly situation, a nasty situation here. And somebody that works at the local news station just wrote in the chat, looks like a CDC depression in South Randolph, which is where we are. Now, it kind of fell apart there on that last scan. It looks like there still might be something there. Let's check to see what that looks like on the velocity. Okay, it's certainly a little bit better now. It looks like it's broadening out. And again, typically this isn't one that stays on the ground a very, very long time if it did in fact touch down, because it's embedded in the line there. It's not a supercell thunderstorm. But I do think we had a touchdown there, so we're going to wait and see if we do have any reports. Hopefully not. Hopefully it was just kind of like dust or dirt or something that it was lofting up and did not hit anything. There's not much in North Chambers, but there's a little more in Randolph, where Roanoke is located. All right, so there's the one in Roanoke. We're going to back this up to see what's going on, and there are a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in this line. The most concerning one is where we have a tornado warning. That's going to be for Randolph County in Alabama, right along the Georgia line, just to the west of LaGrange, Georgia. A lot of these are producing damage as well. So I know that there's the common misconception, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. It's certainly not a tornado warning. That's a good thing, but these still can produce damage. We've had reports, some people on the live chat, Dwayne reported some trees down. In his area, there were more reports of more trees down, so there were some strong winds coming through. Just to the east of Birmingham, see the wind reports getting up to near 60 miles an hour. So these storms have a history now of producing all of that mess, wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour into Bristol, Tennessee. We can go check up on Tennessee again. We were watching that nasty line where we did have damage reports coming through in Bristol, west of Bristol. And then we go into the Kingsport area, Johnson City. There's the storm that just came through you in Bristol with the darker reds and yellows. There's your heavy rain. There's your gusty wind. You're going to be calming things down. We're already starting to see that calm down in Kingsport, in Sneedville, back to your west. So your severe weather threat for the evening is going to be winding down quickly after that burst of heavy rain and strong winds that came on through. So some positive news there. And we're still looking good along the North Carolina-Virginia border as well. That weakening trend is continuing as expected as this works its way kind of parallel into North Carolina. The heaviest stuff, you see all this crappy weather here. Thank you. If you hear of anything, please post that in the chat. That would be very, very helpful. Hopefully there's nothing that pops up there on the scanner. All right, so it looks like somebody from the local news station there is going to check out to see if there was damage. The Weather Service out of Birmingham says that, yes, they also noted that there were small tornado debris signatures around. So there was a tornado there on the ground just south of Roanoke. It looks like, though, it did weaken considerably, but we're going to go check on that. There's a lot of warnings around here. There's a lot of bright colors on the screen. The most concerning around Roanoke, and I am hoping here that this thing left the ground. Just a lot of strong winds now. It looks like that is the worst of it is over here. This is going to get ready to cross into Georgia, and I think that is why they issued this severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be in effect for places like Franklin, Corinth. That's going to be coming in your direction. Again, not as tightly wound up as it was before, but there's the worst part of the storm. It kind of came up like this and is going in that way. What is going on, guys? All right, so I'm just checking up on some things. That's going to be the next part here. Is now, as the rockin' weather has calmed down for a lot of Alabama, still the southeast side, we're under the gun here. We're going to be watching for the flood threat to continue. That could get ugly through the evening. So we're going to back out here. We're going to do a reset. I'm going to turn off the high-res radar. Look at all this nasty stuff here. We've got, the good thing is nothing concerning our friend in Hattiesburg. I think we're doing pretty good. We should be able to see this watch come down from about here pretty soon. Jackson, Mississippi. I think we're in the clear. We do have a few little concerning cells here. There's nothing severe about them right now. Those are going to be kind of just drifting off into this area. So again, in Hattiesburg, there's going to be a few nasty thunderstorms off to your west, and all that stuff. So it depends. It depends upon what you're seeing. If you're getting the straight line winds, you're going to have the winds first coming out of this way, kind of like being ingested into the storm. So you're going to have the winds here coming like this. And then you're going to see the winds really start to blow out of the west. But if you're in a situation where there's like a tornado, say if there was something where we did have that tornado warning right in here, the winds would have been coming out of the south and east like that, and then rotating around in that direction. So it depends upon what kind of weather that you are seeing. But everybody's wind direction is going to be shifting out of the north and west as that system kind of blows on through. Beyond that. Okay, so the main thing here is, and we'll go back down, let me turn on the Birmingham radar again. That might give us the best side look here. I'm going to turn on the level 2 data. That's the high resolution data. So we're going to get back in here. Yes, that's important. That's important. Yeah, if you're in a tornado situation, it could be all over the place. That's why when they do the damage surveys, if it's straight line winds, they're all in one direction. If it's a tornado, they're kind of split in different directions. Okay, yeah, we have 2 Weather Service offices that were noting what we saw here about that small TDS. Hopefully it wasn't anything big. I believe Ethan mentioned that as well, that it didn't look too impressive, which it wasn't, but you never want to see that anyway. That means it picked up something, but hopefully it was just trees, and that's what the radar saw. Let's get back in here to Roanoke. Really can't see much. We're going to go back to the Peachtree City radar to see if we can get a better view of that tornado warning storm near Roanoke. There's the Peachtree City radar. I think in the next couple of hours, Carson, we have the strongest stuff now, pretty much getting ready to cross into Georgia. The good news is that everything in North Georgia is kind of blobbed out right now. And it's not producing any severe weather. Very heavy rain, though. Very heavy rain from Rome into Calhoun, Dalton, Gainesville, Georgia, Roswell. So that is what is moving into your direction. Let me and get all these little storm markers that pop up. But we're going to be watching this cell near Covington and Monroe. Just to make sure these are going to behave themselves. So we're out of the right radar in Peachtree City. Let's check in on that. Nothing is spinning around. Nothing is spinning to the west of Athens. I'll be watching that closely, though, for you. It is, yeah. So this line is what's going to be moving into Athens, Georgia over the next 30 minutes to an hour, and then you'll have that secondary push. Hopefully, though, that we're going to see this start to pipe down in intensity as it goes over areas that are worked. So we're hoping that this storm near Monroe that's going to be lifting up towards you, there it is right there. Whoops, didn't have the telestration selected. That's going to be heading in that direction. So rain and storms are moving into your direction. The good news is there's nothing severe in that line embedded to the east of Atlanta, moving towards Athens at this time. We're going to watch that closely. Excellent advice there. Again, there was a lot of water on the roads last night in Louisiana and Arkansas. When these storms came through, it's going to be the same kind of deal. There's a lot of heavy rain forcing through as well. For those that are just joining, welcome. Please post in the comments where you are watching from. If this is your first time finding us on this channel, let me know. We would love to have you in this community. If you like staying informed about the weather, or talking about the weather and tracking it with us, that would be awesome. And if you're finding this helpful, please give this a thumbs up. It will help YouTube push this out to more people so that they can stay informed as we are tracking this nasty line of storms that are moving into Peachtree City, that are in Atlanta. Not severe in Atlanta. I want to be clear about that, but some very heavy rain around. Athens, right now, again, quiet. We have some storms off to our west. The storm close to Roswell, we're watching it. Right now, there is nothing concerning about that one. Hey, welcome from Kennesaw. We're keeping a close eye on this for you. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream tonight or this afternoon. Storm near Roswell, we'll go check in on that. Hey, awesome. We were watching you in Flovilla. I'm down in Central Florida, just north of Orlando. And thankfully, things looks a little quieter for some of us anyway in Florida. The severe weather threat is going to shift down towards the Panhandle, the Big Bend a little bit tomorrow. So thanks for tuning in from Georgia. I don't know why I thought I read that FL. I guess the Flovilla. Hey, what's going on in Augusta? Right now, we are not in that tornado watch in Augusta. The trend will be tonight for these storms to weaken as they move towards Augusta, but there still could be a few nasty thunderstorms later on tonight, likely as we get into that 9, 10 o'clock ballpark, maybe even a little bit earlier than that. I'll bring up, while we kind of have a little, I don't want to say a lull, but I'll show you here kind of the future radar rendition. And there as we get into, this is about 9 o'clock tonight. I know this is kind of zoomed out a little bit, but I'll point out, you can see Augusta's right about here. We'll have some nasty storms coming through at about 9 o'clock. I'm optimistic, though, that we're going to see these much, much weaker by that time. We are not included in that tornado watch just yet. No indication that there's going to be an extension of that tornado watch. So we're going to be watching that closely, but the trend will be for these to weaken a little bit as they do move east. And hopefully that continues to look like it's the case as well. So thanks for joining the live chat tonight. Welcome again. It's the worst. Tornadoes at night, severe weather at night, it's the worst. Not out of it just yet. We are still in that tornado watch in Athens. So that's what we're going to be watching closely. And we still have storms that have had a history of spinning to your west. So it's going to be important to note that we're not in the clear just yet as well. Eastern North Carolina, absolutely. So we can bring up that high-res radar again for anybody living towards the east. And then there you go. So you kind of see that this is at 2 o'clock. Nasty line of storms already passing through Raleigh, Durham, and into Charlotte. And then kind of intensifying further towards Greenville. This is going to be about 4 o'clock. So really once you get towards Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte, after 2 o'clock. But yeah, that could be a little nasty there tomorrow afternoon in East Central North Carolina. Almost said Tennessee because I just read Faith was tuning in from Sevierville. Hopefully you fared well. We were tracking that nasty storm live with another one of our friends in Sevierville as that came on through. So hopefully everything went okay as that storm came through. It kind of weakened, but it was still nasty for you, Faith. So thank you for tuning in to the live chat. Good to have you on board. You got it, my friend. Thanks for tuning in tonight. And for all the new people just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We talk and track all things weather. If you do like tracking the weather and talking about it, consider subscribing. We would love to have you on board. I would love to get your reports, too, whenever we do have inclement weather coming through like this. And if you are finding this stream informative, please give it a thumbs up. It'll help YouTube push this out to more people. And if this is your first time finding us, I would love to know. Please post that in the comments or wherever you are watching from tonight. The good news is we don't have any tornado-warned storms right now. It looks like all of the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We like when it gets all kind of like blobbing out, as I like to call it. Just looks a mess on radar because storms are competing for now the same environment. They don't like to do that. It chokes them out when they pull in their own rain, cold air. Things like that. Looks like we have some severe weather back into central Illinois. We were in that marginal risk area. We can go up there and check that out. So there we go. That looks like it is blinking purple. Looks like we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in central Illinois. This is just in the northeast of Springfield. Thank you, Ryan the Gamer, for pointing that out. We were pinpointing and tracking the weather in the south. We have a confirmed tornado near Decatur, Illinois. So now this is a situation where we don't have storms competing for themselves. And this is, again, why I love having everybody on board here and love to have you guys joining the channel because just one person back here behind the computer, and it's great to have, we're looking out for everybody here. So thank you again. So this is an ugly looking storm. Let me make sure I'm on the right radar picture here. Confirmed tornado. So Latham and Mara, I'm probably saying that completely wrong here, in Illinois. Please make sure that you are in your safe place. I don't know if we have anybody watching from these areas. Just working on so that more people that are in Illinois can join here. So here's the deal. This is going to be right near I-72. This is going to be... Yeah, we have a tornado on the ground, Ethan, here. This is a confirmed tornado. We're blinking purple. Confirmed tornado. This is going to be heading towards Latham. This is really close to the radar site. See if I have a better vantage point. We also have a few more supercells, or at least wannabe supercells, trying to get going, crossing I-55 near Raymond. So again, if by chance anybody that's tuning into the live stream here know of anybody in the Pulaski, Illinois area, this is going to be, for reference, again, here is Champaign over here. Decatur, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. So we're going to get back in here now and try to do some analysis on this. It's a little too noisy. Talk about noisy. I'm going to look at a different radar perspective, see what's going on up there. So Weather Watcher, this wouldn't be a land spout. This would be generated from a supercell tornado or a supercell thunderstorm. So this would be a straight up tornado. Up here, these are supercells. So we're going to be watching these. These are all kind of supercellular in structure there. So these are your ugly ones. Just kind of watching around here, seeing that everything's coming up in the chat room. It's very, very noisy because we are not that far away from the radar. It's the radar out of Lincoln, Illinois. Trying to see if I can pull up a different radar perspective here so we can get a better look, because sometimes it's too low and the radar beam's shooting up over the main rotation, and that's what we're seeing here. So it doesn't look impressive. But again, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground here. So we are going to be watching that very, very closely. Try to zip on up to, so right now, if you are looking at, if you are just tuning in, we've moved to Illinois where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. And yeah, it's fuzzy because it's so close to the radar. It hurts to be too close or too far. There's another perspective, and I like this one because I can show you exactly how far it is away. I mean, we're less than 1,000 feet up, so the beam is not shooting high, far up at all. So it's missing the rotation too high. So it's not going to give a good rendition, but I mean, we have a beefy supercell right there. And they were listed in the marginal risk today from the Storm Prediction Center. So this is ILX, Weather Service ILX. I'm going to hop into their chat room and see if they have a chaser on this. So the good news is, okay, so latest coming in, confirmed tornado located over mainly rural areas of Logan County. This is moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Train spotters reporting the funnel cloud. A little bit ago appears to be roping out as of a minute ago. So we might be losing this one, thankfully. And you see now that is on the different thing. Let me go back to see if it's still purple. So it looks like there's a train spotter on this one and reporting that it's roping out. A lot of times when it's roping out, that's in the last stage of its life. And then it's to the point where we all watch again to see, okay, is this going to cycle? Because oftentimes it'll rope out and then another one will come back around. So we'll have to see. But it's too close to the radar to kind of give So roping out, if you see any tornado video or anything like that, it's whenever they are very, very skinny. It goes from being more like from either a wedge or a stovepipe to like those really thick ones to just kind of like roping in the sky. It's like a floating rope. They're still touching the ground, but whenever they start to rope out like that, that's kind of that last life cycle before it kind of dissipates. So it looks like there's a chaser on the Pawnee, Illinois storm back here. And there's a report there of a defined lowering in the Pawnee storm. So what that means is when there's a defined lowering like that, you need to have that wall cloud get closer to the ground before you get that rotation on the ground itself. So it looks like these storms down here, and we might be able to get a better vantage point from the radar since they're pretty much in the sweet spot. So let's go look at that. And there you go. So Storm Chaser reported a lowering here. There's the rotation around Pawnee, Illinois. So again, it's almost like, hey, what's going on, Steven? What part of Illinois are you in? What part of Illinois? And then I can better help you. The confirmed tornado is up here in kind of rural areas around Latham and Mount Pulaski, south of there. Okay, so Chicago's looking pretty good right now. Chicago, we are in the clear. So this is going to be outside of Chicago. For perspective, I'll zoom this way out. And again, we're good in Chicago at the moment. Let's see if those hail reports are from earlier. Yeah, so we're completely good in Chicago. All of that nasty stuff is back over Lake Michigan. So you are good in Chicago, my friend. This is going to be now towards the south central area, closer to south and east of Springfield. We have a few little supercells popping. I do remember. It's good to see you again. I appreciate you coming back and joining the live chat. I'm glad that you are safe, and I'm glad that it was a little bit warmer from that crazy cold that blasted in. So great to see you again, and thanks again. I appreciate it very much. All right, so the concern is right now, let me get the high-res radar back on. This is right in central Illinois, smack dab in Illinois, to the northwest of Decatur. It's in rural areas. It looks like garbage right now because it's so close to the radar, so it's really hard to get good analysis in this, but storm spotters have reported the tornado. The crazy thing is about it here, we have 2 to 3 funnels in the air. Wow. On that storm here. So it may have looked like it lifted up, but this one near Latham here is producing 2 to 3. So there are 2 to 3 funnels in the air southwest of Warrensburg, south of Latham, right here. So here's where the tornado would be, and they've extended that tornado warning now. The purple continues because the purple continues because when the warning is purple like that, that polygon that you see on the screen there, that is the higher up end of the tornado warning, that there is an actual confirmed tornado. So I'm going to just keep bouncing around the chat and make sure the Weather Service chat and our chat here that we are having, if you live in Illinois, again, this is for central and southern Illinois. So Chicago, you're good. Peoria, you're good. Rockford, Illinois, you're good. This is for south central Illinois, right around I-72, I-74, DeLand, Illinois, DeWitt, Illinois. You're not in the warning just yet, but they could be. Hey, Javel and Tallahassee, you'll have a severe weather threat tomorrow as this pushes on through early in the morning, so just pay attention to that as that comes through. No watches or warnings or anything like that at the moment, but we're going to be watching that closely tomorrow morning. For those just joining us, welcome. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Changed the title here to get some people to maybe, if they're searching for information in Illinois, we're also tracking that severe weather threat in the deep south. We don't have any active tornado warnings in the south right now. We're going to keep on bouncing back and forth to check in on that. But we do have a nasty line of supercell thunderstorms and a confirmed tornado in progress here around Latham. This is where we have the hook. This is where the funnels have been reported, just to the southwest of Warrensburg. There are multiple funnels in the sky. And that was the report from the storm chaser. We're going to go back. Okay, so this is great. We do have those chasers on this. Confirmed tornado in rural Illopolis, just to the west-northwest of Illopolis. That's where we were on it before. Brief tornado was reported south of Latham, Illinois. It looks like the funnels, the multiple funnels that we were tracking have also lifted. Thank you for that. I apologize. I appreciate you, Grant, for hopping on here and correcting me on that. So it's Latham. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that correction because I want to make sure. Thank you again. So some vital information there from Grant on I'm pronouncing these wrong. So thank you very, very much. Much appreciated that you hopped on there and corrected that. So Illiopolis and Latham. Those are the two areas where that brief tornado was reported. The chaser that is on there, or the storm reporter that is on there, reported that the cells or the funnels have lifted back up again. And we're seeing things a little bit better now. And also we're going to have, looks like we might have a back down in Georgia. Well, looks like we have rotation tightening up, so we're going to have to head back down there in a little bit to check on that. No, thank you, Grant. I'll work on the weather part. You help me with the pronunciations. That's perfect. Okay, so this is where... So that's the one we have in purple there. Thank you, Ryan the Gamer. Appreciate that. We're going to go check in on the Pawnee cell. Hey, man, everybody has their pronunciations. I'm in Florida, lived in a bunch of spots, lived in Minnesota for a while. It's great learning all the new stuff, so I appreciate it. It looks like the rotation near Pawnee is kind of falling apart a little bit. We still have some of it right there in between Pawnee and Kincaid. There's a chaser on that. So we're going to keep on going there. We're going to head, in the meantime, we're going to bounce away from Illinois for just a second. I'm going to turn on the reflectivity there. We're going to watch these guys. Again, these are supercell thunderstorms. They're kind of all embedded here. So they are going to be competing for the same kind of environment here, which may limit their potential, hopefully and thankfully. We're going to head back. I'm just going to pull this out a little bit. There's all the warnings. Again, this is Central Illinois. If you are just watching us and just tuning in, we have a confirmed tornado. It may have lifted at this point. We do have some spotters on here. So we're going to be watching for more ground confirmation from them, as it's in a really weird spot for the radar to see it. So we're going to keep it there on my other radar screen. I'm going to pull up over here, and we're going to head back down into Georgia, where we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings in around Fort Benning and Columbus. And we are going to change that here. Thank you for that, sir. Friend text is saying a strong storm moving through Dothan, Alabama. And this goes to the point that we discussed earlier about there not being a severe thunderstorm or a tornado watch or any kind of watch right in the panhandle of Florida. I believe Dothan is included in that. They are. But still, we're having those stronger thunderstorms move up out of the panhandle. All right, so we're going to have a good radar view here. We have two options. So letting that high-resolution radar load back in again. So Dothan kind of looks weird. Certainly some spin there on the southern end of that cell. I'm going to look at the radar further away from it, because that is also close to the radar. Just like we have issues if the radar is too far away, we also have them when they are too close because we're not seeing the complete cell. So a nasty storm there just south of Dothan, Alabama. Taylor taking it on the chin right now. Slocum, Alabama, just to the east of you. And there's signs of some weak rotation. It's not anything to write home about, nothing too crazy at this point, but still a nasty storm there. Thank you, Ethan, for that. All right, I'm going to zoom back out again, and we're going to look to see these warnings. So there's no warnings on those. We are still in the watch. Warnings extend now east of Columbus, south of Columbus, Georgia. This is all to the east of Auburn. We have a warning for Peachtree City. Look at all this nasty red here popping up as we move up the state of Georgia. Carrollton, we are still included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, and these storms have had histories of producing damage. So when we say severe thunderstorm warnings, don't completely write them off. I know they're not as bad as tornado warnings, of course, but they still can be damaging. In all the stuff. Lincoln, NWS station gets smacked with tornadoes all the time. Yeah. You're not kidding about more. That's a tornado magnet, especially for the big ones there. And yeah, I mean, you are right, obviously smack dab there in that spot. All right, so heading back up to Illinois, things are relatively tame right now in Alabama and Georgia. There are rockin' storms, of course. We're watching here the developing story in central Illinois here. There's the tornado report that came in, that little red marker on your screen near there. I'm going to turn back on the high-resolution level 2 radar. That level 2 data is that high-res stuff. Getting a closer look at these supercells here. and there are several. Edinburgh, near Pawnee. Again, there's a storm chaser on the one near Pawnee that reported the lowering. And again, that lowering is like the first part of the developing of a tornado. That's the wall cloud lowering on. I'm going to turn the velocity on right now. So see how it's kind of like noisy for the one that has the tornado warning on there. That's why it's kind of vital. Certainly, it's showing up a little bit, but it's a little noisy on the confirmed tornado. But this one near Pawnee, we've got a couple here. So we've got two couplets that are showing up. I would not be surprised if we do have a warning soon just to the northwest of Pawnee. You see that right there. And then you see this little bright spot here just to the southwest of Mount Auburn, north of Edinburgh. I'm going to turn back to regular radar again, and that's where we have these developing supercells. So there's the circle where the stuff was. We're going to look just to see if there's any kind of tornado debris signature. It does not look like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And some hail was reported, almost to an inch. Dime to nickel size for about 45 seconds there, reported in Pawnee. Also one of my favorite shows. So I guess it helped for something. All right, so we're going to get all this noisy stuff off. That's the correlation coefficient. Was checking to see if how we were doing there. Again, so far, no warnings. I'm going to just briefly go to the other computer here. Check out. Macon County spotter reported, this is back in Illinois, Old Route 36 and Lincoln Trail, of a funnel aloft on the road there. Okay, so that's not highly populated. And again, I'm not too familiar with this part of Illinois. We have the radar here. That radar is working good to check in on these storms here down by Pawnee. So that's in the perfect spot. And again, it looks like we continue to tighten up that rotation there. I would have to imagine that we're going to get a severe. It's so funny what pops up on these radar maps because there are bigger cities that I can't find to pop up, but some of the ones where literally nobody lives do. It's really, really weird. All right, so maybe that last scan there, it looked like it tried to broaden out a little bit. So maybe we're going to keep an eye on that one. It appears that there's some more nasty stuff going on in Georgia. They are rotating storms in Georgia. This is in West Georgia, so still away from Athens. I know our friend was watching in Athens. Let's find the right radar to use. We're going to use the Tuskegee one. Mild so far. Thank you for that report, Adam. All right, so here's Huntsboro. This is back in Alabama. Here is Columbus for reference. Columbus at the top of your screen. Here is the little tornado vortex signature that we're starting to get here. This is the border. So again, heads up just south of Georgia. We are watching that one closely, just to the south of Columbus. A little spin there. I believe that they had, so they not enough to issue the tornado warning, but they did have tornado possible listed there to the west of Columbus, Georgia. I believe this one here has a tornado possible as well in and around Cusseta, and there is some of the rotation. So a lot of these are trying to spin. They're not pulling the trigger. They're being very cautious on the tornado warning there. I think that's a good thing that there's nothing screaming out here in this. But still, this is something you need to be taken seriously. Then again, the tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock tonight for this reason. Let me head up to the Peachtree City radar. Getting hard to find in here with all this mess. There we go. And again, a line of very nasty storms. Now, the good thing is I've not really seen too many damage reports in the straight line wind. Someone was asking a question earlier about straight line winds versus a tornado, and this is a prime example here. There's some very strong straight line winds heading towards the radar out of the northwest. And then this is the wind that's kind of blowing out of the south and east, kind of the inflow here to that line of thunderstorms. So that is all going in one direction. Every now and then you can get a little spin up in here. Let's take a look at how strong those winds are. We can dissect that. I mean, wind speeds being estimated there of about 54, 56, near 60 miles an hour. So again, that could take down some tree limbs for sure. So Palmetto, again, heads up. You are in that severe thunderstorm warned area as well. Russell County, Alabama, back under the gun. That's where we had that the tornado debris signatures coming back up. Thank you for that, for putting that in the chat. That helps out a ton. I think that's the one, just the new one that came in on chat there. Let's head back down to Tuskegee. Let's take a look at some of these reports. Again, all of these storms have tornado possible tags. So it's very important to note that these, if you're watching from Georgia or Alabama and you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, I want you to treat these like they're tornado warnings because these could spin up a tornado very, very quickly at any time. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, but then in the sub part of the warning, in the text that you have to read, when the warnings are issued from the National Weather Service, you see there tornado possible right there, and my head is blocking that where it says tornado possible. Okay, so they do that sometimes, so they don't issue the warning. So they don't give the false alarm. But like this one here is starting to look a little bit more impressive. It's still broad. I mean, it looks better than it did, tighter than it did. But as well. All right, so it looks like we have a new tornado warning in Illinois. Thank you for staying on top of all that new stuff as we are kind of bouncing around these warnings. Really from Illinois to Alabama into Georgia. You are being a huge help tonight. You're a huge help. Thank you for that. Thank you guys again for hopping on. I had Grant talking to me about about some of the history there and about the towns and about the town names. That was extremely vital information, so thank you for that. If you are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We are talking and tracking about tornado warning storms in Illinois, Alabama, and Georgia. No tornado warnings right now in Alabama and Georgia, but they will have the potential to do so. Here is that storm that was north of Pawnee that we were watching before. They have officially warned on that. We're going to go back to the high-resolution radar that we were on before that's out of Lincoln. And if you're just joining us again, I would love to know where you're watching from. If you have found this channel for the first time, please post that in the comments. And if you do like tracking the weather and talking about it, we would love to have you on board. Please hit subscribe. At the very least, would love it if you hit that thumbs up button. It sends this video out or this live stream out to more people so that they can be alerted on what is coming their way if they are searching for it. So we still also have that confirmed tornado. That confirmed tornado is still in effect just to the north of here, but there is the spin to the west of Edinburgh. Mount Ashburn, also a little flare up here. I'm going to bring up the reflectivity, but there is where we have that as well. I can't keep up anymore, but I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. There is the spin over here as I zoom it out. I want to get back to the actual reflectivity mode. So this is ugly. Look at this. I mean, straight up supercell thunderstorm. There's the hook. Right in here. Textbook supercell thunderstorm. Dovetails and everything. Tornado would be sitting right in here, moving in that direction. So Mount Auburn, if you know anybody that lives there, give them a call. Share this video. We're going to be watching this as it comes through because we not only have that storm, but then we have this supercell here. We were talking about that little flare up in the velocity. So I'm going to get back to that and see if it's still there. It's a little brighter. Certainly not like what we have going on to the west of Edinburgh, but we do have 2 rotation centers in that one warning. So be mindful of that. As I back out, again, those are the 2 warnings, and we're keeping a close eye as well on the situation down in Texas. I don't know why I said Texas. This is for Georgia, Alabama. My brain is shot. So again, that's one of those things. So again, Breckenridge. So thank you for that. If you are watching in Breckenridge, this is close, very close to you. Yeah, I wish it popped up more. Look at the settings. But you were good. Jackson, I think, is looking pretty good right now. Kansas, we are in the clear as well. All of this threat is now happening well to your east. This is going to be in Illinois and then in Alabama. There's the rotation. Let's see if we have that as well. Just taking a look at a couple of different things here. While I have you, Brock's Adventures, I will post. I did a video on that this morning. I'll pin that to the top. If anybody is looking for some information on the California stuff that is going to be extremely impactful. I mean, extremely impactful. It's no joke, the stuff that's going to be happening out in California over the next few days. A ton of flooding, a ton of mudslides. Like, it's no joke out there. So that's the latest I have on that I put out this morning. I would try to talk more about that in a little bit, but we do have now a new tornado warning as well. Thank you so much for that. This is going to be down in Taylor County in Georgia. So thank you for staying on top of that. This rotation also near Edinburgh is tighter than it was just a second ago. That is lifting towards Mount Auburn. So again, if you know anybody that's living in Mount Auburn, as well. Yeah, so it will cross the southern tier of the country. So by the middle of next week in Kansas, we could be under the gun. It's not going to be as impactful as that stuff that's going to hit California, but this is as a byproduct of that first atmospheric river that came on through. This whole round, these storms continue to come in off the Pacific and then work their way over. So something we're going to be watching for is as well. Okay, 911 caller reporting the squall line over Edinburgh. This is kind of wrapped there. The rotation is certainly trying to intensify. I'm going to take one last look at the reflectivity. Look at that. That is ugly. Big hail core there. There's the supercell thunderstorms. That is a very nasty storm. We've got, it looks like a chaser is on that. So I'm going to zoom out of that for a few moments. We're going to take a look at the newly issued tornado warning in Georgia. We have a lot of stuff coming in now. But some very ugly thunderstorms in Illinois tonight. All right, so Athens, we're still doing okay for our friend there. Some very, very heavy rain is going to be coming through into Athens. What we're going to be concerned about here is just to the north of Butler into Roberta, and then this is just to the west of Macon, Georgia. So I want to zoom back out. I want to change my radar site here so we can get the high-res data coming through. I believe that let's use the one near Warner Robins. This is going to be just outside of Macon. It'll take a second for that to load. There is the loading of the data. Certainly a supercell look there. And then there is the tornado vortex signature. Reds against the greens. That's going to be moving towards Roberta as well. So we have a lot of extra people in on the live stream. If you are just tuning in, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We are talking about a couple of tornado warnings, nasty weather through Alabama and Georgia, then also into central Illinois. We're bouncing around these two. We're checking in on the Georgia one for a second. We did have a confirmed tornado just to the east of Springfield, Illinois, about 20 minutes ago. Just trying to pull up some other stuff to show you here. That is going to be, well, while I have asking about Kansas, this is the European rendition of it. Looks like Kansas is going to be pretty good out of the deal, but I've not looked closely because I've been working about that, but there's more through the deep south. Just glancing at it, Kansas looks pretty good out of the deal over the next few days. It looks like it might lift or dive right to your south, but don't quote me on that yet. I'll be looking at that a little bit closer, but there's nothing imminently coming to Kansas as a result of these the Pineapple Express, these atmospheric rivers that continue to blast in to the western part of the country. That's no doubt going to be stealing headlines. All right, it looks like we do have a new tornado warning now to the east of Troy. So now we are really starting to light things up here. So wow, there are actually two areas here that are concerning in the same, and I think that's why this right there and then right there. Let's take a look at what that looks like on the reflectivity portion. So they are two supercells. So they're kind of hidden here. Now this is, I'm gonna zoom this out real quick just to give you perspective where this is. Here is Tuskegee up at the top of your screen. Columbus is right up here, right? It's just off screen. Here is Richland, Georgia. This is the Georgia-Alabama line. Here's Eufaula. We were watching you guys yesterday. Let me zoom back in, point out these two supercell thunderstorms here. And that's why there's just one big warning. See the hook right in here? There's one. And then there's hook number 2. Both of these are producing nasty, nasty thunderstorms. Just ugly stuff. Welcome to all those who are just joining. If this is your first time finding the channel, please let me know. Please let me know where you're watching from. If you are finding this informative, I would appreciate to give this a thumbs up. It'll allow YouTube to push this out to more people so that we can give them a heads up A lot of us have been on here all day tracking this for everybody. So thank you guys for sticking with me. Thank you for all of the help as well as we kind of track this nasty weather together here. Nasty, nasty stuff here. Okay, so this is southwest of Midway. I'm going to get back into... It looks like now that tornado... Okay, so that tornado now back in Illinois is confirmed near DeWitt. So if anybody that was tuning in from Illinois, that tornado did go confirmed. We're going to get back up there in 1 second. But again, just wanted to give you guys a heads up. This product is the W. This is the WSV3 radar. It's a radar company that I'm using. Yesterday I was using Radar Scope when we were on. I still have that fired up, but this one does a little more, has a little more bells and whistles that I can use, and I like the product here. All right, we've got two strong, very, very strong tornado vortex signatures right there. These are going to be moving south and east. Again, this is an early heads up here in Omaha. And this is Omaha, Alabama, or Omaha, Georgia, I should say. Richland, Georgia. Cusseta, Georgia. It's not Barron, but I do love Barron. Barron is what I use at work. Because that's the best radar product around, Barron. But that's super expensive and given to just on the TV side for the most part. But the company is WSV3 that does this one. They do a really, really good job. Just recently found them. All right, so a heads up here. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground in central Illinois. This is just going to be south of Lincoln. There are 3 blinking purple polygons here. And again, still in a bad area. So here is the actual, for those asking about the radar, there it is right there. If you Google WSV3, you'll be able to find that. And I still have the radar scope up because I'm kind of bouncing back and forth here, taking in, looking at the stuff in the south at the same time on the other monitor. So it helps to have 2 radar products. And we are really watching this. It looks like this. I mean, these are nasty, nasty cells in Georgia right now. Let me get back into the... So I'm going to keep that open on my other screen. We're going to watch those 2 bright ones. We're going to switch back to... Was that recent or just... I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that everything is okay. I mean, obviously the house got hit, but I hope that they are safe. If you are just joining us, please post in the chat where you are watching from. Give this a thumbs up to help push this out to people. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes that's on the ground, tornadoes in progress, moving through Illinois. Here is Lincoln, Illinois. Right here, that's the Lincoln radar. Again, it's a little jagged because we're so close to the radar site, but there is a confirmed tornado right here. This one has already had the history of touching down for a short time. This is moving towards DeWitt into Farmer City. So if you guys are watching from there or know anybody that is living around there, please let them know. This is a really serious situation because it also has a history of doing that. I want to get back to the reflectivity, the main radar now. And again, it looks like garbage here because it's so close to it's so close to the ground. All right, so you're in Williamsville, Illinois. just to the west of the Mount Pulaski Polygon. All right, so there you go. And I'm trying to see, let me see if it says who has, it does not tell me who has observed the tornado. Let me get back into the National Weather Service chat to see if okay, so the good news is, again, these are over rural areas. Hopefully, they stay that way without hitting anything. Okay, so we're going to be watching this closely here around Mount Pulaski. All right, we still have nasty stuff going on in Georgia as well. We're going to stay on this Mount Pulaski one, and we're going to stay on the DeWitt one as well. Now that we're getting this one further away from the radar in DeWitt, okay, thank you for that. Hopefully, again, this misses anything. Hey, Annie, what's going on in Virginia? You're going to get some of this weather, not as intense. It's going to be much, much weaker by the time it passes through Virginia. All right, let's take a look. Nasty, nasty hail core here. And there you go. We're starting to see the rotation a little bit better as we move further away from the radar. This is going to be an early heads up since this one looks like it's going to be a very stubborn one tonight. Again, DeWitt, you are in the tornado warning. Again, this this one in particular has had a history of producing tornadoes. It's been confirmed. It's why it's blinking purple on your screen. Typically, you see the tornado warning is red. Once they go purple, at least on how I have it set here, that is whenever it is upgraded to an observed tag, meaning that somebody has reported it or we have seen a tornado debris signature on radar to be able to confirm it ourselves. Moving this a little bit further out here, we have another confirmed tornado that is going to be moving near or over Mount Pulaski pretty much right now. Again, it's super hard to see. We're shooting up over the rotation because we're missing it low. So the storm is likely higher than that rotation, so we just can't see it. So we're thankful that we do have a storm spotter or a chaser or somebody, some law enforcement that has reported that we do have a tornado on the ground here near Mount Pulaski, waiting for more information on that from those. So that is why storm chasers and those people are so vital. Yeah, they can be crazy for sure, but they are risking their lives for a reason for us from more there as well. Thank you for that, Grant. You have been amazing tonight, helping us break that down for everybody, at least the weather side of it. So thank you for some of the history there and what's going on in real time with who lives there and how to say the name. So thank you for that. All right. So right now, if you are just joining us, again, the title changed. Very, very lucky. So I appreciate you a ton. That is a ridiculously crazy story, Hunter. That's insane. I'm so glad that he was able to be okay. It looks very disgusting. So if you are just joining us, if you're finding the channel for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. We are hopping back between Alabama and Georgia and Illinois. Right now, we are in central Illinois where we have 2 confirmed tornadoes. If you do like talking and tracking the weather and love sending in your storm reports, please subscribe to this channel. We would love to have you on board as we talk and track the weather together. If you give this a thumbs up, it'll help YouTube push this out to more people so that we can alert people that may not know that we do have 2 tornadoes on the ground as well. I'm going to try to be on in the morning if there's something going on, but tomorrow I have to work. So I'll be on my work stuff tomorrow talking about that severe weather threat as well. Mount Auburn, we still have a tornado warned storm. We had a chaser on this one. This one still showing signs of rotation, not as strong as it was before, but we did have reports of a wall cloud being reported. That's a crazy thing. Yeah, some of these supercells have looked much more impressive than the ones in Alabama and Georgia. So welcome to everybody just joining the stream. Let me know where you're watching from, and let me know if this is the first time finding us on this channel. I'm just going to look something up. I'm going to bring up the meso-analysis page here. That's a great question. I don't know how to receive them on the chat either. I don't know if you have a Twitter to tweet them, but I will. That is my Twitter handle if you do have a Twitter. I'm just going to pull up the meso-analysis page to see what's going on here. If you are just joining the live stream, welcome. I see we have a bunch of extra people on now. Thank you for finding the channel. Thank you for finding the stream. We are tracking an ugly night here in Illinois. Thankfully, the confirmed tornadoes are mainly over the rural areas. And I want to be clear, this is south of Chicago. This is southeast of Lincoln. This is east of Springfield. This is away from the populated areas at this time. But still, we have some ugly stuff going on. Certainly, Alabama and Georgia, we have the potential as well for some very nasty thunderstorms a little bit later on in the evening. We've had them going on all day. Just trying to bring up the meso-analysis page here so we can do some like real-time stuff and look at what's going on. All right, and there we go again, back with tornado warning. So we're going to get back down there. We are looking right now on this screen in central Illinois. All right, so here's... Okay, so real quick, I had a question of whether these are going to make them into Indiana. So this is the Storm Prediction Center meso-analysis page here, kind of updating the environment in real time. And basically what we're seeing here, I have the supercell composite overlaid. Basically, the higher the number here, the better shot that we're going to have the potential for supercell thunderstorms. So, not surprisingly at all, the radar part of this isn't that great. They just put that there to kind of show you where they are, but where those kind of streaks are where our storms are. And right in this blue color is where we have that supercell composite a little bit elevated. And then certainly where we have those tornadoes on the ground, even more elevated. So what this means, again, the question was, do you think are these going to hold together to the northwest portions of Indiana? You see there, the parameters for supercells really, really drop. So I would venture to say no. Now, the next thing is I want to check what's going on at the surface just to see where the warm front is. So basically, we have this area of low pressure here. We have another area kind of like elongated. Cold front extends here, and then we have the warm front right in here. Okay? So this is what's generating the severe weather risk in Louisiana, in Illinois, is that we have this kind of triple point, and that's why we were included in that severe weather risk. Here is our cold front. warm front extends here, so we are unstable. And then right here around the triple point, we have some of that rotation. So this is right meteorologically where you would look for the development for tornadoes. So the highest chance, just doing some very, very quick surface analysis here, I'm not doing it on my own, but we're kind of just breaking down what this is being done in terms of the pressure lines and the surface winds. Here is our warm front. If that threat is going to continue, it is going to be right in here. So I think that there's going to be a slight opportunity in extreme western Indiana right along that warm front for those storms to continue. I want to show you another thing here. Let's look at the significant tornado parameters. And again, same kind of deal. They do extend a little bit. The biggest part is right smack dab where we are seeing those supercell thunderstorms, but it does extend a little bit in here. So I would say there is a slight opportunity for that to happen. Oh, and there you go. Okay, so there's the risk. So I don't know how well you can see that as I hover over it, but there is that risk. It does go into western Indiana. So as we were kind of doing that live, the Storm Prediction Center does have you in a minimal risk in northwest Indiana, specifically more south of Lake Indiana. You know, I would just make sure that they know that there is a small risk, and there are supercell thunderstorms. There are thunderstorms with a history of putting tornadoes on the ground. I wouldn't freak them out or anything like that, but I would just say, hey, just make sure you pay attention. I don't think we have any watches up there or anything like that. There is not. But I would just continue to, I maybe would. Because here is, again, I'm going to zoom this out a little bit further. And yeah, it doesn't hurt to just be vigilant. Again, don't want to freak him out, but here's Gary, here's Lafayette. This is the Indiana line, and there where the tornadoes are right now. So it's not going to take much to keep them there, and they are riding that warm front, and that warm front pretty much. Let me see. I think I can turn the surface features on here. I'm going to turn these on. We should have wind barbs starting to pop up. And we're looking for the front, and basically where the winds start to go to the east, that's where the front is. So we have that front pretty much right here, and that's exactly where those storms are in. Okay, so they live in Walcott. Yeah, I would definitely do that. Let's check the dew point. It's not too crazy. So yeah, as Ethan pointed out, now we're starting to get into more a populated area. I'm going to turn off the kind of surface analysis. I know we have some extra tornado warnings back at it in Georgia, I believe. Looks like grain silo is being reported on Route 51 and Washington. Public Works and IDOT are working to clear the lane, so something blew that over. Okay, so we have a very good look where the radar is in Decatur, Illinois. So if there's any consolation there, we've got a lock on that one. Okay, the good news is the Mount Pulaski tornado warning has been canceled, so we're good to go there. It's completely fizzled out. We're not even seeing any of the rotation, although it was hard to see due to its proximity to the radar. I want to show you the DeWitt one. It's moving further away. It's not looking as impressive. Awesome. Thank you, Grant. I appreciate that, and thank you a ton for your help. That was insanely helpful. I can't even describe how helpful that was, knowing the makeup of what was going on, where those tornadoes were. So thank you very, very much. Mount Auburn, this tornado was just passing by. Potential tornado. There's the spin. This is going to be heading towards Harristown. So if you know anybody that's going to be traveling down I-72, Harristown, give them a heads up. Warner Robins, what is going on? I work with a meteorologist at my news station that is from Warner Robins. That's fantastic. We are going to go check in on Georgia. We're going to leave Illinois alone for just a quick second here, just to make sure we are still watching this. This is the elongated one, a tornado warning that we had earlier. And again, for those that are just tuning in, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Thank you for finding the stream. Give this a thumbs up. That'll help YouTube push us out further as we kind of track an ugly night here together. If you do like tracking the weather and talking about this stuff, please consider subscribing. It'd be great to have you on board. Again, everybody on the stream tonight has been extremely helpful, giving their storm reports in the areas impacted. We still have a couple of strong signatures here. This is in extreme East Alabama. Let me pull this out to give you some perspective on where this is. And this is still to the west of Omaha, Georgia. Here is Columbus, Georgia at the top of your screen. Let me turn on the actual radar now, the reflectivity portion. So still some nasty cells there. The good news is I know we have our friend in Athens, Georgia. Things are looking pretty good in Athens. We have some very, very heavy rain in Athens. There's nothing too concerning. This is helping to keep our atmosphere worked over. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the metro Atlanta area. The good news is, and I use good loosely, there's not a ton of damage reports. Okay, so it looks like here we're one of those possible tornado thing, and this is why. Okay, so this is the one we were tracking before. If you guys were with me a little bit ago, when we were tracking that tornado, it looked like through Roanoke, several homes with damage along County Road 235, 236, and 237 in the Clackville community. So I hope that they were paying attention to their warning, because it does look like it was hit by a tornado there. We did have that tornado debris signature as it moved out of the county towards Roanoke. So keep those people in your prayers. Hopefully they were as well. Thank you very much, sir, and I hope your family stays safe. Again, we're going to be watching that as it crosses into Indiana. I appreciate you as well coming back and tuning in to the live stream. Appreciate you, my friend. Welcome back to the stream as well. All right, so we're going to back this up. We still have that tornado warning in play for now changed to, hold on, let me just make sure. This is north of that tornado warning. Tuskegee, severe thunderstorm warning for us there. Looks like we have a fresh watch. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to go until midnight local time for the junk that's forming in and around Hattiesburg, Natchez, Brookhaven. So there's a lot of thunderstorms on the back end of this. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for those spots in extreme eastern Louisiana, and then central and southern Mississippi. So we're going to go back up to the Illinois tornado. We still are blinking purple on the 1, indicating that we still have it confirmed. Where are you watching from specifically, Eric? And we can try to fine-tune that a little bit better. The northwest side is okay. This is going to be Lincoln and points south, east of Springfield as well. That's where we have, this is the land. Let me turn back on the high-resolution radar. Let me get back into the, okay, so you're in Bloomington. Okay, so these nasty storms are just to your east. So the confirmed tornado is going to be just south of you in Bloomington. Let me zoom in tight, get out to telestration. Here is Bloomington. We have nasty storms just to your east. These are kind of drifting up to your north and east. So you should be okay. Let me put this into motion just to make sure these northern cells near McLean and Atlanta, and that's Atlanta. Okay. So yeah, there are the trackers on there. So these northern cells that are around Hayworth and Atlanta, Illinois, are going to be kind of lifting up into Bloomington. So they should be there within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So keep that in mind. Right now, where we have the confirmed tornado on the ground, that's going to be to your south and east near DeWitt. They've just updated that warning, and they are continuing the observed tag on that tornado warning. That's the National Weather Service. Confirmed tornado located over Weldon, Illinois. That's going to be 11 miles east of Clinton. That's moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. So again, still a confirmed tornado. This is going to be heading toward Farmer City, towards I-74. If you're familiar with this area, keep that in mind. Great advice here as we have night falling across much of the country, at least where we have the nasty weather. Keep that in mind. That is a great way to get information. Your local news app, news weather app, free download typically, and you can get warnings that way, or if you have a weather radar. We're going to take a look at this one near Decatur as well, near I-72. Still the rotation there. It's now pretty much crossing the highway. It's not as impressive as it was before. Relatively speaking, good news, but still, we're not letting our guard down on that one. You are welcome, Eric. I appreciate you tuning into the live stream tonight. For those that are just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. Was just looking at some of the Weather Service chat. Every now and then I glance over to the other computers. I've got like 3 screens and then stuff coming in on my phone to get the latest information here to you guys. And again, thank you to everybody that is also watching some of the warnings pop in and posting it in the chat. That helps me out as we're kind of doing a deep dive, dissecting a lot of this stuff. All right. Here we go. You just saw that turn purple. We have another confirmed tornado in Illinois. You just saw that happen here. It's crossing I-72 near Harristown. So a confirmed tornado now. Let me get back into the chat here. Located near Harristown. Chaser on this reported a tornado 3 miles north of the location. Niantic, 4 miles south of Niantic. So again, here is where the tornado is. Let me see if it's showing anything on correlation coefficient. So again, ugly situation. I hope nobody's on this highway right here. Again, if you know of anybody that lives here, call them now. Give them a heads up. This is going to be heading towards Harristown. Eventually towards Forsyth to the northwest side of Decatur. So this is a little more populous than before. Again, if you are just tuning in, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, and we are tracking some very nasty weather in Atlanta, Georgia, into Alabama and western Georgia, but we also have a couple of confirmed tornadoes in Illinois. So again, if you're watching from Niantic, Harristown, safe place right now. Decatur, you are in this warning. I do think the nastiest part of this storm is going to slide to the northwest side of town. But if you are tuning in to this live stream from Decatur, you need to be in your safe place right now, my friends, because this has now gone confirmed. Looking to the Weather Service chat for any more information here. And again, please post who you're tuning in from. If you just found this stream for the first time, let me know about it. If you are finding this helpful, please hit the thumbs up button. It'll push this out to more people, as we now have an ugly, ugly situation. There is the hook. It certainly looks more well-defined. And, of course, we do have a confirmed tornado just on the highway, I-72. There's Niantic. There's Harristown. This is moving into your direction. So, again, make sure that you are getting into your safe place right now. I'm going to turn on a different kind of mode. It's not showing up a ton in the velocity. It's going to go through different modes here. So the confirmed tornado is sitting. Hey, Tank, what's going on? I can definitely do that. I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to highlight this little hook. That's where the tornado would be sitting. Is sitting. This is a confirmed tornado. So again, if you're watching from Harristown, if you know anybody in Harristown, Illinois, we are taking a look at Illinois, where we have several confirmed tornadoes. This is going to drift just to the north of Decatur, right over Interstate 72, heading towards Harristown, Illinois. If this holds together, it's going to be into Forsyth, Illinois. I'm going to pull back for our friend here in Indiana, and you see another area of purple right here, just south of Farmer City. We have another confirmed tornado. This is happening right along the warm front. Meteorologically, we call this the triple point, where we have an area of low pressure. Well, I won't get into that right now because we have some serious situations. I'm not going to put all this jargon in on this stream. We want to make sure everybody knows what's going on here with this tornado-warned storm. Farmer City, again, heads up. This is leaving DeWitt. Again, the population center is not that extreme here. It's in a rural area where we do have a confirmed tornado, at least the one I just showed you. The one near Decatur, different story. So here we go for perspective for Indiana purposes. The severe weather threat for Indiana does go down a little bit. Here's the line. Here is Indiana. The warm front's kind of extending like right through here. So if these are going to hold together, they're going to move in this direction. Okay, so you are east of Lafayette. Good to know. I'm hoping that these don't hold together, obviously, for you, but certainly want you to keep an eye on this, because these not only have a history of producing tornadoes, we've had 3 confirmed tornadoes tonight. We have one right now. We had one back in here, and then we had the other one right here. This is all south of Lincoln. If anyone's tuning in wondering, I know the title says Illinois. We are also watching, though, and this started out as watching the tornadoes and severe weather threat in the deep south, but now this is kind of shifted up towards Illinois. Not really shifted. There's a reason why this is happening here, so it's not completely unexpected. I think the magnitude might be. But here is Chicago. So this is way far away and way south of Chicago. This is not coming to Chicago. So I want to make that clear. Peoria, we are good. Quincy, we are good. Rockford, we are good. Okay, so this is happening. Lincoln, Pontiac, Springfield, and then about to the east of that line. These are going to be drifting in this direction. Now, while I have another questions as to why this is happening, thank you, Ryan, again for the updates there on where the warnings are coming in. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. This is all happening because we have this system here. Let me get back to the surface. We have a warm front draped here. So we have a center of low pressure here. That's what's bringing the snow. This is the cold side of that system. There's another little one here. So as this one weakens, this is along the occluded front. So there's an occluded front right here. Then we have a warm front extending through northern Indiana into northern Illinois. Here is the cold front. Right here is something that we know as the triple point, where that new low is forming. And every now and then, a lot of times, this is where you look for that secondary round of severe weather. You have winds out of the southeast here. You have the jet stream blasting across, helping to introduce wind shear as well. So really right here in that triple point area, and you kind of see that little color there on your screen, that is where we have those severe thunderstorms, those supercell storms developing tonight, right at that triple point. So it's not completely unexpected that we do have severe thunderstorms, supercell thunderstorms developing here. All right, some positive news. That Farmer City tornado, or the one just to the southwest, has been allowed to expire. Good news there. Further southwest out of Mount Auburn, this is northwest of Decatur, we still have this confirmed tornado tag. I'm going to look over to my other screen here. Make sure to see if there are any other reports. We had a storm spotter on this one. Okay, so they're trying to figure out who in the heck reported that, because I think there's some questions as of that. So we have two people coming in from Kokomo. Welcome. So when you see those little two red icons there, those are the confirmed tornadoes that we have in Illinois. We have the one warning remaining. There might be questions there because it never looked too... Okay, so there it is. There's the rotation showing up right in here. So this just went to the north side of Harristown. This is going to slide up towards Warrensburg and into Forsyth. Okay, so here's the deal with this one. This is end up going to leave the warning area. So if you know anybody in Warrensburg, you're not in a tornado warning. This is going to come really, really close. Really, really close to you. Now, I know there's... Sorry, I'm trying to walk and chew gum, looking at some of the Alabama and Georgia ones. Don't want to forget about you guys in the South that are watching as well. But this is where we had the confirmed tornadoes. So let me I'm going to pull up the other. So things are much, much better in Alabama. I'm going to slide over my other radar product rather than taking it away. It's a little too far zoomed out. We have no active tornado warnings in the South. If I am reading that correctly, yes, all the tornado warnings, we have one that expires in 10 minutes that is in Illinois, that is in Macon County. Macon County, Illinois, and make sure you're in your safe place. Hey, what's going on, Kelton? Welcome from Ohio. Thanks for tuning into the stream, my friend. Still, it looks like there's some rotation near Pittsville. This is going to be in Alabama. It's not very strong. There's a severe thunderstorm warning on this. This will continue south of Dothan. So we've been watching you in and around Dothan. There's another little thing near Midway here. Sorry, that's so jumpy. Dothan, I think, is looking much better. Let me change the radar. Yeah, so we are nice and quiet. We have a severe thunderstorm warning northeast of Dothan, but otherwise we are looking pretty good. There is our confirmed tornado still kind of drifting north of Harristown. The radar just updated. I'm not seeing anything too concerning at the moment. This little guy is really struggling, thankfully, at this point. There still might be putting a weak tornado on the ground. There's nothing to say that it's not doing that. We'll see if they continue that tornado warning. That's going to be from... Okay, it looks like that has passed between fields. It looks like they didn't have confirmation of who the heck was reporting that it was on the ground. So that may not have touched down. They put the observe tag on. We were looking at it and kind of confused as to why, because the rotation wasn't very strong on that. And it's not to say that there wasn't anything on the ground, but it does look like somebody came through and looks like only funnels on this. Again, it's close to producing. So again, make sure you're taking this seriously in Warrensburg, Forsyth, as well. Let me get over to another product here to kind of take you through the evening. Had a question about Ohio. I don't think there's anything severe in Ohio, but another round of heavy rain likely coming your way, kind of like what you had today. All right, so this is going to be the high-res radar. Let me get to the latest one that goes out to 48 hours. This is going to be to the 18Z1. There goes the top, and that's kind of where we were talking about before about the triple point. There's the occlusion. There was the main low that brought all the crazy snow to South Dakota and Minnesota and Nebraska, all that stuff. So there is that. But anyway, that's going to continue to drift away and weaken and kind of fizzle out. Here's the stuff coming to Ohio. And this is mainly going to be to the southeast corner. So this is now 6, 7 o'clock. And for instance, so I know we had a lot of people watching from Western Indiana. This is the high-res radar rendition. So it picked up well on where those supercell thunderstorms are going to be. Okay, so we're going to follow this into the evening here. And that trend will be to get them into places like Lafayette. But they're not that supercellular shape that they were right there. So I do think there's an opportunity there for a spin-up tornado. So be on the lookout again, places like Lafayette, west of Fort Wayne, west of South Bend. But the trend will be for those to weaken. Then it kind of blobs out, and then maybe an isolated strong thunderstorm near Fort Wayne. There's a kind of push towards Toledo, northwest of Ohio, of some moisture. I don't think anything too strong here. This is going to be at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then we're going to get another run of heavy rain from about Columbus, east of Cincy, and then working into Pittsburgh overnight. None of this is going to be at 9, 10 o'clock. None of this looks too strong, but this stuff here pushing back through western North Carolina into Atlanta again, and then into South Carolina, we're going to be up for a severe weather threat tomorrow. So pay attention to that. That is... At that time is at 9 o'clock. So we still could have some nasty weather in parts of the deep south and southeast tomorrow. Thank you for that pronunciation correction, my friend. All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Georgia. This is going to be in Chattahoochee, Marion, and Muskogee County until 7 o'clock Eastern. So that's going to run for another 40 minutes. They have the tornado possible tag on there. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, is that we're seeing these things spin. It's missing something in the atmosphere, thankfully, to get these on a widespread scale to drop. It's certainly better up in the north. There's a little more surface wind shear because they're along the warm front up in Illinois. We don't really have that down south. And just like yesterday, thankfully, they're missing like one or two ingredients to really get these things to drop. That's why we're not in the moderate risk for severe weather. We're in the enhanced risk at 3 out of 5. So I guess if there's any consolation there, if our friend from Athens is still with us, right now we are looking pretty good in terms of the severe weather. There's some very, very heavy rain over Athens, over downtown Atlanta, leaving Peachtree City now. Macon, Georgia, we have a strong thunderstorm just to the west. We are just outside of a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me find the proper radar to get the high resolution stuff back on. We're going to go to the one just outside of Macon. And for those just joining us, welcome. If you are finding the stream for the first time, let me know. If you love talking about the weather and tracking it, you've come to the right place. Or if you just want to get information on the weather, please consider subscribing. We would love to have you along for the ride. Everybody in the chat tonight, thank you so much for all your reports. Certainly could not be doing this without you. Kind of watching the new warnings come in and pointing out some of the concerning things on radar. So thank you for that. And if you are finding this for the first time, I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live stream. Columbus, Georgia. The worst of this is to the east of us now. Awesome. I appreciate that. You've come to the right place because we nerd out. We geek out a lot on this channel whenever we're not completely wrapped in the severe weather situation. So look for more of that. Really appreciate that subscription, my friend. All right, so here are the severe thunderstorm warnings we have. There's nothing too concerning. I'm not seeing a ton of damage reports behind these storms. So that's good. Up near Covington, we have a little bit of a mezzo being depicted here. So we're going to go up and check that out. This is going to be west of Covington. Sweet. Very, very helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Crushing it, man. Thank you, my friend. That's what I'm talking about. Can't do without you because I'm not familiar with all the pronunciations everywhere. So I appreciate that a ton. I'm not offended. So if I say something wrong, please correct me. Because I just want to make sure that everybody gets this information that is out here. It looks like this is now turning into, where is the Peachtree City radar? It looks like this is turning into kind of like a bow echo here in and around Covington. See this little guy? Just like that through Hampton. More of a bow echo shape. Let's turn on the velocity. Let's dissect this. All right, into the velocity. Yep, so this is going to be all straight line winds. Now, as I say that, On the top of these things, we call those like the rotating head there on top of you can get a little quick spin up tornado on the north end of that. But for the most part, these are going to be a straight line wind thing. So if you're watching from Covington, this is east of Atlanta, pretty much down I-20 here. We're going to be watching for some straight line winds. We're going to get in here and see the winds aren't horrible. We have winds about 40 to 50 miles an hour. That's why we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning. You need winds to be greater than 58 miles an hour. So we do have some very gusty winds, though, behind that. Not enough to trigger a warning. It could take down a weak tree. Certainly, if the ground is saturated, it can help to pull some trees down, push them down. But that's going to be through Covington. Again, certainly a concerning look there. But that is more of a straight line wind. This is a bow echo or a bowing segment. And that's going to be moving right down I-20. So again, while there's no warning on this, we might see one issued soon. We're going to be watching for, typically in a situation like this, it would be right on the tip top here that we would look for a quick spin up tornado. Not a situation, though, where we have a supercell tornado like we do up in Indiana or like we have had earlier today in Alabama and Mississippi yesterday. So we're going to watch that. Covington got some nasty weather coming through. Okay, we're going to head towards Hattiesburg here and take a look at that. A beefy cell. Let me get to the right radar screen so that I can get I think Mobile might be the closest. Yeah, it's kind of in that dead zone area in between Jackson. We'll go to Jackson, Mississippi. So this is looking supercellular. This is a supercell. Not all supercells produce tornadoes, though. So most of them don't, actually. They do produce big hail, and that's what we are seeing. There's your hook. There's your dovetails. There's your supercell. In this, we do have some spin. Okay, so here is the rotation right in here, the greens and the reds. Now I'm going to back this up for more perspective. This is south of Ellisville, Mississippi. This is going to be just north of Hattiesburg. So here is downtown Hattiesburg. And then there is Interstate 59. So this is going to cross that. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. It looks like the rotation's trying to tighten up. At least the winds are getting stronger. This is right over I-59. Hey, Paulina, there are. So depending upon what part you are in, there is still a tornado watch. I'm getting more confident that, and we're going to keep an eye on that one near Hattiesburg. Right now it's trying to spin, but they can do that without producing tornadoes. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Thank you, Ethan, for pointing that one out again. Paulina, here's the deal. Right now, that tornado warning, or tornado watch, I should say, watch again, meaning conditions are favorable, still goes in play until 9 o'clock tonight for areas like Athens, Sandy Springs, Atlanta, Peachtree City. That severe weather threat, though, is basically done in these areas. So I'm not completely ready to give the all clear for Athens just yet, but I am for areas Atlanta, Peachtree City, LaGrange. All here, I think we're good. So depending upon what part you live in, there is still a tornado threat for Macon, Warner Robins, Columbus. We're still going to be in that threat. Brownwood, Albany, and then the extreme southwest side of Georgia, still under that threat. And then it kind of pushes east again tomorrow. So while it's not like the craziest threat ever, it's not zero. So want to make sure you're vigilant. Have a way to get your warnings if you're going to bed tonight, because that threat may be able to extend outside of that watch. Okay, so you're right under Atlanta, Henry County. So that helps. So, yeah, I think you're going to be pretty good tonight. I think you're going to be pretty good tonight in Atlanta. Let me get my telestrator out. There's a lot of different colors here. There's Atlanta. There's that kind of bow echo thing we were looking before. That is moving away from you. And just to be clear, just to double check, I'm going to pull up the high resolution future radar because I do think you're going to have another round tomorrow. You're going to be at the bottom of this screen. But there we go. Tonight, you clear out. Don't be surprised, though, if you do have more thunderstorms come through overnight. You kind of see that at the bottom of your screen. We'll see the storms that are now, like in Louisiana, Mississippi, lift up. And then that round comes through 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you could have more severe weather in Atlanta tomorrow morning with just an isolated shot overnight. I think you're pretty much in the clear overnight. It's going to be tomorrow morning. They're going to have another push. Hey, Charlie, what's going on in Alabama? Let me get you down to that radar, or that future radar. We still have some rockin' storms going on. Here's the Alabama, Mississippi rendition. You've got it. Thanks so much for tuning in. Stay safe. And again, even when you go to bed tonight, just have a way to get your warnings just in case we have something pop on over. Here's going to be a kind of a closer look for you as well getting into tomorrow. So still some nasty stuff into Alabama. This is going to be as where we are right now, that 6 to 7 o'clock hour local time. And then we're still going to have some nasty stuff. And this is that secondary push. So again, even overnight, Paulina, in Atlanta, a closer look again, there could be some nasty thunderstorms. It's not going to be a huge threat, but it's not going to be zero, okay? So I want you to pay close attention tonight before you go to bed. And then there's that secondary push. So this is tomorrow morning. This is about 6 a.m. I'm going to try to go live again tomorrow morning before I have to head into work. There we go. Some nasty thunderstorms going to be possible, and then that lifts up into Atlanta. So the slightly better shot for more severe weather in Atlanta tomorrow is going to be mid to late morning, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. So be watching for that. And then there's some nastier stuff even in the panhandle. This is where we're going to have that tornado threat continue as those supercells kind of work their way off of the Gulf of Mexico there. So again, just keep that in mind. There'll be a lot going on as we kind of unload and unleash the atmosphere again. But again, at least in the short term, we're going to be a little quieter in Atlanta. All right. I think we have all of, let me just double check, active tornado warnings are 0. So the good news I can report right now is that we have no tornado warnings in effect. No tornado warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in play in the south that will have the potential to produce some tornadoes. They'll be very quick, short-lived ones, it looks like. But nonetheless, some positives here. Guys, we have been live for like almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 54 minutes, and a lot of you have been with me since the start of this live stream, giving me vital information on how to pronounce some of the local towns. I appreciate that a ton. And giving me very vital damage reports on what you're seeing out there to help get that information out to other people. So thank you so much for the help. Again, if you're finding this channel for the first time, we would love to have you on board. If you love tracking the weather, talking about the weather, just wanting to stay informed about the weather, you've come to the right place. We would love to have you on board. Please consider subscribing and give this a thumbs up. It'll push this video or this live stream out to more people. But again, you guys joined this team today and have been vital to the success of this channel so far, and again, to getting out those reports. So I appreciate everything that you guys did to help this channel before. Please, again, consider subscribing. Would love to have you on board as we talk and track the weather together. It is my hope that if we have severe weather tomorrow, and I hope that we don't, in the morning when I can do so to hop back on this live stream again, I will do that. But please, again, give this a thumbs up. Be safe out there. Have a way to get your warnings tonight. that's the thing that I want to leave you with in case that we do have another round of severe weather, which it is expected. Please have a way to get your warnings tonight. And remember, watches, that means conditions are favorable. Warnings mean that it's time to take action, and you want those to make sure that you want to wake up. Again, you want to be woken up. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate that. You've been with me for 5 hours tonight, so I appreciate you and all those reports as that nasty weather moved through Tennessee. There'll be more nasty weather likely sliding up tomorrow. Just checking in. Thank you. No tornado warnings. Awesome, Tank. Thanks for finding the stream tonight. Stay safe, my friend. Be watching things in Illinois or in Indiana. It looks like we may have had a tornado warning just issued here as we were doing a final check. Before I go, I just want to check on this, and it is a little nasty. So again, if you know anybody that lives in Foosland, Gibson City, Elliott, Illinois, to the west of I-57, give them a heads up. This is going to be east of Bloomington, Illinois. Extremely far south of Chicago. Again, that's our new warning that just came out. So please give people a heads up there. And again, that's what I'm saying. It's a crazy atmosphere out there tonight. Seems like Bellaflower is sounding sirens. They're sounding it based on location, not because it's observed event. I think Bellaflower, yeah, we're in that warning. So again, a scary situation when those sirens go off, but make sure you're taking that seriously if you are watching from Bellflower, Foosland, and into Gibson City, Elliott, if this holds together and kind of jogs off to the east. Alrighty, guys, thank you again so much. If you found this stream informative, please give it a thumbs up. Please share it with your friends. And please, again, consider subscribing if you don't already. I would love to know where you're watching from. I'd love to get your storm reports when we have these events like this. It helps me out. It helps us all out a lot as well. And Ethan has been with us the entire 5 hours. Again, so thank you for that. Before I go, I do have one request for Tennessee. And I want to make sure that that is clear because Ann's been with us the whole way. Looking up, let me see, Kentucky and Tennessee. Absolutely, Dwayne, you got it. You as well. Thank you again for all your help. Here is the latest high-res data in Tennessee. So this is going to be at 1 a.m. So overnight, I know we don't like that, 2 o'clock Central Time, 1 to 2 Central Time, east of Nashville. So really from about 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 to 2 o'clock, I would say after midnight, until about 5 a.m. Okay, so that is 1 a.m., knocking on your door. That's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It's pretty much to your east of Gainesboro and the Nashville area as well. And then some nasty storms and push into Knoxville early tomorrow morning. And I'm hoping to be live by around that time for a little bit before I have to go into work and worry about the severe weather in Northwest Florida. Stay safe in Montgomery. I think the worst is past for you, but there could be another round of severe weather later on tonight. Welcome back, Hunter. If you stick with me long enough, you will know whenever I say goodbye, whenever I try to get off, it never happens. We keep on talking. So if you like the stream, if you like this channel, that's one thing. You're not going to get rid of me talking about the weather, because I say, hey, I try to end this like 10 minutes ago. And then we kept on talking about it again. So, but that's what we do here. We love the weather. We don't love when it turns destructive, but we do want to give you guys a heads up. So again, thank you so much for staying with me for a lot of you, the 5 hours. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for the support. Thanks for finding the channel. Please stay safe. And again, If you're finding us for the first time, post that in the comments. Please subscribe. Please hit that thumbs up. We'll catch you guys next time. Please stay safe. Real quick, Topeka, we're good. We're in the clear, my friend, at least for now. I'll look at you a little bit later on in the short term. Hey, that would be awesome. That would be awesome if we could hit 5,000 tonight. I know we were close. I know we were close to that. So I would appreciate if we can get to 5,000 tonight. That'd be awesome. It is. Hey, we were talking about the South today, so that's what it is. I'm doing it again. Alrighty, guys. Please stay safe. We'll catch you next time.